Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised. We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised. You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my Dominion, apart Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I
right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, April 27th. We have a great show planned for you. It's going to be a little bit different. I heard from Brother Odel a little bit before the show, and he's going to get some rest. But we have a lot of other content to cover. He said he might drop through. So just giving you a heads up, if you're here to hear his drop, we're going to have to delay it till next week. But we have a lot of other stuff planned. So you're welcome to stay with us. But I do want to give you all that info up front. So this is supposed to be part 4. So I got a lot of other stuff I want to go over, and so does the family as well. So with that said, and shout out to Brother Tavis Sanders on the song Heart of a Warrior that we be jamming to every week. So shout out to him. That is his original song. So I appreciate him for letting me play that every week. That is literally my jam. So thank you, and shout out to you, brother. All right, so with that said, let me see here. Let me see. I know I had a fam coming up. Okay, I have son Scotty and Sis Sandra. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. Oh, before I do that, it's been and let me press record because I be the main
recording
one.
in progress.
Hot if something happens. Before I bring on the fam, I found out yesterday that someone that I respected and I would chop it up with, very good sister, she transitioned. So shout out to Sis Katari. It's still such a shock to me. Real good sister, and what I respect about her, I mean, we would get into some debates, baby. Like, no, but it was never any disrespect. Oh, I don't even agree with you. Even if we would take that shit offline and still be going at it, but we always had that level of respect for each other. So, rest easy, sister. I am going to miss you. I know how much you loved your family, your husband, your son, your grandbaby. So sending my condolences to the fam. She was even the inspiration for some of the podcasts that I did. So it was really a shock for me to hear that she had transitioned, but I understand that's such as life. So giving my condolences to her family, and sis, we're gonna miss you. We're definitely gonna miss you. Okay, so let me bring on Sis Sandra. Thank you, on. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, sis Rondon, to the family, Brother Sean and Brother Nuwa and Brother Scotty and anybody else is
How
there.
you doing?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. It's been a busy week, tripped out week, but I'm hanging in there.
I think some of my work is done, and I'm happy.
Good.
Yeah.
Let me bring on son Scotty. Sean hasn't made it in here yet. So let me bring on son Scotty. So peace and love. How are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
Good. Hanging in there.
Good.
But good.
Yes. Condolences to her and her family.
Sorry, my door.
Yeah, the real good sister. That's why, child. I mean, y'all enjoy your life. Don't let any limitations hold you back, do you? And you can do anything you want to, just, understand that you have to operate within universal law. You can't do people dirty. You can't be dirty and not expect that shit to come back on you. And I'm not saying any of this with her, because she was the total opposite. She was a woman of integrity. I'm saying all of this to say, the amount of time that we spend on this realm and this particular cycle that you're in now, it's short.
Right.
It's short.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about y'all, but I did not recycle here to be traumatized, to cause other trauma, and to live in an environment of hell. We don't have to live that way. And I don't care whether you're man, you're woman, you're black, you're white. You don't have to live that way. Right is right, wrong is wrong. We all know the basics.
Right.
So live your life. Don't let anyone tell you how you should be living and put limitations on you, and you put limitations on yourself. Don't let old heads burden you with their bullshit because they couldn't get it together. Don't let old heads live through you. And again, that shit applies to my motherfucking ass with my scarf. Live your life. You can create the world you want to live in and be happy. It doesn't matter what anybody else say or think. Long as you not out here wronging nobody, at the end of the day, who gives a fuck? Love you and yours and keep it pushing.
Let's step it.
Okay? So, again, rest easy, sis. Well respected, much integrity. I'm truly gonna miss you. Cause y'all don't understand. We would be in it, boy. Like, no, well, why you feel that? Why you feel that? And that didn't have shit to do with us still just respecting each other. And that's how it should be. That's called being an adult.
Yeah. And on all levels, I think people struggle with that. Like that whole little cliche, you got to agree to disagree. Like people, like when it's come to certain things now, don't be trying to bullshit a motherfucker.
Right. Don't try to, exactly. That part. All the way that part. Go ahead, son.
Is at a certain level. And people let those things that's below that level get the best of them and ruin friendships, relationships, business, like all kinds of stuff, because y'all couldn't just like see that it was just different perspectives. And it didn't have nothing to do with your like morals or like nothing like that. It was just like, this is just a different perspective. And there's a lot of stuff, a lot of factors that goes into different perspectives. So,
Absolutely. And, I was always taught, and my mom would throw this up in my face, but it always stuck with me. Your word is bond.
Right on.
So, didn't Scarface, all you Scarface fans, what did he say? Tony Montana say, all I got is what? His word and his balls. Okay, I ain't got none of those. But my word is bond. Okay? Everything I sit up here and say, whether you like it or not, I stand on that shit. Please trust and believe. I stand on it and I'm not backing down. Now, if I'm wrong about something, I can admit that too. Damn, I apologize. I know how to apologize publicly. The same way I fucked up, it's the same way I'm going to clean it up.
That's another part motherfuckers don't know how to do either.
But that's the way I was taught.
They try to
dig themselves in the hole before they apologize or recognize that they was wrong or take accountability.
Yeah, and that's not right. Being an adult, if you fuck up, I fucked up. Same way I fucked up, I'm going to come back to you. If that was publicly that I fucked up, I'm going to publicly apologize. The biggest problem in the melanated community is people walking in integrity. Others trying to control people. You cannot control no grown-ass motherfucker. And everybody running around claiming they so, quote, quote, love the community. Really? Because I just see a bunch of motherfuckers trying to control people, trying to get them to be on their side and they gang, and it's fucking juvenile.
It's tribal.
Walk in integrity. And especially the older folks. What type of example are we setting? Say what you gotta say, stand on that shit and keep it pushing. We're not supposed to be out here adding to the problem, adding to the issue. Again, let me be clear. My word is bond. I stand on every fucking thing I say on this platform.
Yeah.
And if I have wronged anyone, I will apologize to you the same way I wronged you. That's called being an adult and walking in integrity. So, with all of that said, all right, sis, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, child.
Yep. Unfortunately, I do. There's a push going on to change our gender. And the government is working for that end. And what they're doing is changing the pronouns. So the students are demanding that the teachers call them whatever, transgender, binary, and what all that other stuff. So what happened, a professor, I don't know if I brought this up last week, but a professor sued a university and won $400,000 because they treated him bad, I suppose, because he wouldn't change a student's pronoun. He wouldn't call the students by the names they wanted to be called. Now, I'm going to go back to the Terra papers on this.
Okay.
The Terra papers talked about what the Anunnaki coming here as binary. Remember that word?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the students are talking about they want to be binary, non-binary, transgender, and all this kind of stuff. Well, it happens to be that one of these probably alien forces is in a position of power, and they are trying to work through the CDC to go to the schools and make them treat the students with these kind of concepts. So each child can have the right to change his gender if he so chooses, being binary, non-binary, or transgender or whatever. But they are taking surveys on the schools to make sure that the school complies, and they put it under the disguise of health. And they said that they are gonna, I had the article, I was looking for it. They were trying to say that the students have the right to health insurance and payments to have transsexual changes and treatments in medicine to do so. Well, it goes back to what I was talking about, the formula for babies. Now the soy that they start putting in everything, not just baby formula. They even have it in the Pam spray for your, pots and pans for you to cook. They even have soy lecithin in there. And it's the one that's changing the estrogens in the females as well as the men. And in the female, it's altering the DNA of the people, of us people, and it's I was just studying it, and it's really detrimental to our health. And so with these transgender requests, they had already started this with these soy formulas and soy in your food and all this kind of stuff. Now, they taught it as, tofu is healthy and all this kind of stuff, but it's
sure
not.
did.
They said it was healthy. Now, they said that the difference in the Eastern culture is probably they have already a mutation or what you call it, in their gutlet that will change it to be non-lethal for them. But for us, it's pretty bad because for women, it makes cancer in the breast. If they have cancer, it makes it faster and all this kind of stuff. And for men, it makes them less potent, where they can't have children, they're sterile, and they are not, interested in sex and all this kind of stuff. And of course, if you get too much, you go feminine more and all this kind of stuff. So now they got people in the health arena in the government who's out there pushing that stuff. And of course, the CDC is backing it up, and Florida is fighting them on it. So I'm like, because I've been hit with this stuff, when I'm talking to just my family and stuff, and what the children are wanting these teachers to do, and these parents are agreeing with it on a level of academics, but not on a level that their kids have been infected with these ideas from our government.
Yeah.
And so I was looking at that, and I'm like, wow. And so the scientists, of course, know what they did and what they're doing to the children to skew them to, I was a tomboy acting person when I was a kid, but that wasn't because I like doing it. I like doing that kind of stuff. I like fishing. I didn't mind picking out worms out for the fishing trips. I didn't mind going outside and playing with the dogs and all that stuff instead of doing female stuff, because that was a drudgery anyway. But it didn't mean I didn't identify myself as a boy. I was a female, totally. But they're making you identify with your likes, and I believe it's these entities that have come to this planet who have gotten power, and they are trying to get our children to not be boys, not be girls, and also they're trying to change the birth certificates to write that on there.
Yeah.
And so the problem with that one now, they get paid for that birth certificate. The government gets paid for that birth certificate. The popes get paid for that birth certificate according to what we're studying already. And I'm pretty much certain they're not going to get those things on there. Then again, they might, because those entities are in controlling and taking control of the sexuality of our children. It's not a voluntary thing. It's a chemical thing they didn't put in our children, and now they're coming around with the propaganda. So that's what I was upset about, and I was listening to it, and I'm like, what in the world? But there is a precedent. This professor won $400,000 from a university because of what they did to him, because he would not use those pronouns.
So the professor wouldn't use which pronouns? The binary and all of that?
Yeah, all that kind of stuff, yeah.
They, them, he, yeah.
He wouldn't do it.
Okay.
Now, I know on another level, another parent told me that the teacher wouldn't use it at their school either. They're trying to make the faculty change the, the
Science.
the science. And so,
So it is this issue because they're trying to make other people accept it, or is the issue that young children with a different sexuality, that's who they want to be and identify with, or is it both?
it's actually any of the children. It's going across the nation with the CDC to change our children. And it's whether you want to or not. It's called indoctrination. They're trying to indoctrinate the children to do it. And,
They have been doing that.
they've been doing that to our kids. And that's what Florida is fighting. I guess it would be DeSantis, hey, you can't do that. You can't go in our schools and then start pulling our kids out there and saying, you can be this, you can be that if you want to. Every child has the right to decide, I guess. But some of the parents are supporting that kind of stuff. And I'm like, why don't you wait until a child is more mature enough to understand that boys play with dolls? Little boys play with dolls. Little girls play with trains. She goes outside and fish. She can do all of those things, but it does not make her a gender change.
And that part I agree with. I think that the child should give the child a chance to grow to determine for sure what they are. And I don't agree with anybody pushing their views on anybody else. But the flip side of that is I wouldn't want any child that's who they know they are. Okay. They're coming into their preteens.
Yeah.
That's who they know they are. And they have to hide and pretend and
you don't do that. No.
etc. So that's why I always want to be clear on my platform. I don't shame people for their sexuality.
No,
okay?
And it's no point. It's no point. Everybody knows who they are eventually.
Yeah,
but
they do eventually know that. But
why did we put in school is a question.
And then it was interesting because you had brought up the Anunnaki thing and the binary. And so they did bring the binary, but what they also said was that when they came to North America, those indigenous people was already non-binary. They didn't have no strict gender, and gender and sexuality is two absolutely different things. So that's another thing. So it's they was already non-binary. So that Anunnaki doctrine that they put on us, through the Bible and all that, was actually the same thing that's happening right now, to restrict them into, clear, this is a male and this is a female and this is straight and this is gay. It was actually the other way around. And we kind of see in the mirror the same thing in a way that, the transhumanism and all of that is going to happen with the biological reset, the medical and all that type of stuff. But all of that stuff that's happening, the agendas and all that, is different from the actual people who are actually I'm just like this. And I don't know what the government is talking about and what the medical field is talking about, or what this Bible is motherfucking talking about, or what a motherfucker is talking about. I don't care what a motherfucker is talking about, because I existed like this before anybody came in saying some bullshit. So,
Yeah, and I guess that's where I stand and why I want to make it clear. Because we know an agenda when we see an agenda, and it's an agenda with putting stuff in the schools and
food and all that kind of stuff.
We know that's an agenda, but I don't ever want to suppress anyone from their sexuality, what they do behind their bedroom doors, as long as, of course, they're not harming anyone. So
Exactly.
I just want to be clear on that, because if we want to sit up here and keep it real, the Black community, they have an issue with gay folks. We have to keep it real.
Yeah,
You see a lot of people turn against their family members because of their sexuality. Parents turning against their children.
To me, that's a private thing.
Absolutely. It is a private thing. And women, we have to keep it real. We know that there's a lot of Black men on the down low.
Yeah, and
we got to keep it real.
That's their business. I mean,
I 1000% agree with that. But the point being made is, let's make sure that we're sending out the correct message. Now, I've said this before to the LGBTQ community. They're going to have to step up and make their position clear on these issues. And I think, I don't know for sure, but it seems to me that they're on the fence with all of this.
They are.
What do you mean?
And so it's the same way motherfuckers that so-called Black African Americans is on the fence about all the Black shit that pop up for them that ain't made by them. It's like, well, what the fuck? I didn't create this shit. Why are you trying to lump me in with this shit just because that's what they group is all under, this brand, this umbrella, term, this corporation to represent my individual identity? Like, no.
I totally agree.
And I think that's what the bigger issue is too. They're lumping you into an identity instead of allowing you to identify yourself.
I totally agree, which is why I said to the LGBTQ community, they're going to have to take a stance, because they have a lot of power now.
Yeah.
And folks are I'm already seeing it, but I said this years ago. They're going to use you as the fall guy for the fuckery that they're trying to pull. I called it years ago, and now it's starting to come into play where that community is receiving backlash.
Because like Sis Sandra said, it's the propaganda of it all. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's all layered with propaganda, so there's no way to speak from that, like, from that platform. Like take, for instance, Black Lives Matter or some shit.
We're gonna talk about that tonight. Them trifling
Black folks don't speak. Whatever, like, you're gonna be just like, concept. So you gotta be outside of that shit and just speak for your individual.
I 1000% agree, but I'm still gonna call them out, because I told them years ago, I'm telling you, you're gonna be used as the scapegoat, and now it's starting to come to pass. Like, that community is bullying people, blah, 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 blah. I called it years ago. So that ain't gonna stop me from saying what I'm saying. Just like I get on the quote, quote, Black community, a collective, I get on their ass. It's the same concept.
Yeah, and you can't just go to schools and teach everybody to be like that. It's all individual.
I don't think they're teaching everybody to be like that. I just...
It's like, because it was based on a platform of excluding motherfuckers. So then when you try to come back and like, let's bring this in, it seems disruptive. Like, why do we need to learn about this? Why? It's because the shit was faulty from the beginning. With you just excluding history, and let's not even put it into a gender or fucking sexuality. When you just leaving shit out of the fucking story, and then you trying to come back later and add some other shit, people gonna get disrupted. Like, that's all it is going to be, because you already was leaving shit out in the beginning.
But Scotty, I think the biggest problem is not leaving it out is the fact that they're introducing it to young children.
Yeah.
They're not teaching them the stuff they need to learn, how to math and how to arithmetic. No, you're introducing sexuality.
Your gender is different from your sexuality. And that's what people mix up all the time. Like, they're teaching kids how to have sex. Knowing that you're a boy is girl is different than having intercourse.
No,
and that's the big thing that people can't even understand in their head anyway, because they just blot everything out. They just blot it all out, so they just mix it all up together. Like knowing your gender is way different.
No, but what I'm saying though, that shouldn't be the focus of a 5-year-old though. It's no problem what you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but can we like teach the children first and let that something be like later on?
Children actually teaching us. We ain't teaching the kids shit. These kids know who they are. That's why they telling motherfuckers. It's different than what the government is pushing out than what your child is saying who they are.
No, and that's what I'm saying. We're talking about the government propaganda, not your personal child coming to you and saying, I feel like this. No, we're talking about them pushing that ideology instead of their child. That's what I'm saying. There's a difference of the push and there's your child coming to you and saying they feel this way and you respecting them as that individual and allowing them the space to grow as that individual. There's that. And then there's them coming saying, no, you can just pick whatever pronoun you want. That's what I'm saying. That's where I think the where I have the conflict is that I find it's a sexualization of young kids, because kids should be learning how to play, how to read, write, and yet still sex is what we're focusing on. And I'm like, okay, yes, that is important. You're right. The way they taught sex and how they treated people of that genre, yes, was disrespectful. No, that's not where I feel where the issue is. It's more of their drop. Okay, I'll say it like this. In America, I know you guys say the legal age that I guess you guys can have sex is like 16 or 19. I forgot what that age is. But you guys have a standard to say that you can't have a certain level of interaction with each other until a certain age. And I feel like they're blurring that line of when it's appropriate to have this conversation with kids or when it's appropriate for them to interact on that level.
So what age are they talking about, Sis Sandra?
They're just going to the school. They didn't specifically mention what schools. They said it's part of the health care.
Okay,
now.
you don't. Oh, cause I mean, to be fair, I can't remember what age they call themselves teaching sex education. It was middle school, if I remember correctly.
Like grade 9, 8.
Yeah, no, 9 is first year high school here.
Okay, so then you got grade 8 then. It'll be grade 8.
Seventh and 8th grade, if I remember correctly.
So junior high. I say that junior high. Let's say that.
Junior high. There you go.
That's what I'm saying. If you're in junior high, great. That's the time to be learning.
Yeah,
that. But if
I
they're
agree.
Down to preschool and they're bringing it down to that area, I think that's
I don't agree with that. I agree. Whatever age they're starting to teach sex ed is when that should be introduced.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
let all that
should be
information
introduced just like they're doing sex ed.
Correct. At that timeline, like let's respect the same.
I agree. That's when it should be introduced, and then that's just the end of that.
Well, I think people need to learn what the difference between sex and your gender is first, and then the conversation can really be had. Because the fact that it's called sexual education.
But you don't have to teach gender, son Scotty. I ain't been in middle school in a long time now.
It's never gonna get past that because people automatically link the gender up with the sex in their mind, and it's like cognitive dissonance within the community. It's like,
but my point being, you don't have to teach gender.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying the person will tell you this. Nobody is going to teach them about that. Like, I agree with that too. That's the difference. We're not talking about a child telling you who they want to have sex with. It's a child telling you who they are. It's a big difference. And that's what I'm saying. People is putting sex with the identity, and it's like, no.
So let's stick with that. I'm with you now. Let's stick with that. How is that a school's responsibility?
It's not.
And I'm not saying that. Conversations. Exactly. That should be the parents. Now, as a teacher, if I notice the baby or the babies having these particular conversations in school,
that's different.
Then I need to get with the parents.
Educate.
And pull them to the side and be like, this is what's going on. I didn't know if you were aware.
And still, you're leading with the parent. I like that.
How do you want to handle that?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, other 5 and 6 year olds that they know and they're sold that I'm a little girl, I'm a little boy. They don't have to be taught that.
No, they don't.
So that's the difference. Right. It shouldn't be something special saying, okay, You know, Rhonda, you a girl. Okay. Scotty, you a boy. Okay. Susie Q identifies as XYZ. That I don't agree with.
That's how they're doing it.
Small children.
That's how they're doing it.
That's a discussion with their parents.
They're confusing the kids at the
Only thing, a teacher's responsibility, if they see that baby struggling with that, is to have a conversation.
Make them feel like a weirdo. And then they feeling depressed, like they're going to go to hell, and they get suicidal and depressed. And
why are they going to go to hell? Who's teaching them that ideology?
Right,
because the school ain't got nothing to do with them saying they're going to go to hell.
No, it's across all of the doctrines. All of the doctrines.
No, but it starts at the home, though. We're at the home, though. We're
right, because
that's another conversation.
You know, let's be fair to the regular ass school. The school's not teaching them that.
Yeah.
No.
Because I could flip that easily and say, I'm a staunch Christian.
Yeah.
What is in that Bible, that's law.
Facts.
And I dare you talk about anything outside a man and a woman. A man is a man, a woman is a woman.
When your country is on the
That's the way I teach my children, heaven and hell. So I could flip that conversation the opposite. So that I'm sorry, I don't agree with schools
propagating
teaching that at a young age. I don't agree with that.
And Scotty, you're right. The kids should know what is.
I never said any of that, so I'm just take myself out of the conversation because I don't want to seem like I'm over here pushing that. I was just saying something completely different.
That's okay. All right. So I don't want to put words in your mouth. Then I apologize.
No, but Scotty, I just want to say I do agree with you. We should have the conversation of openness, where, like I said, there shouldn't be shunned about your identity, and the kids should be open to express themselves how they want to express themselves. And I'm going to say my problem with the conversation is, like I said, they're giving kids the impression that they can just freely choose their pronouns, say like that, not gender, but pronouns, because that's really what they're pushing, pronoun choice. Right. And I think that's where it confuses little kids. It's not to say, hey, they're feeling this way and they want to act that way. Like Sister Sandra said, she would like being a tomboy, but they weren't telling her, hey, now call yourself a boy. She was just living out that type of that identity.
I liked it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's fine. I mean, no one said it was wrong. So as I'm saying, it's okay to have that identity, but I don't think it's right for us to start saying, you know, Sandra, I think you should start getting surgery to start identifying as a boy.
Turn into your hormones, you know.
Right? Let's start suppressing your hormones and give you these pills. So now you're changing your body structure, and let's give you that actual physical identity, because that's really where the harm is coming from. It's not just the sex awareness. It's no, we want to make these kids think that there's something else and they actually are. That's my issue with that situation with the schools.
Okay, and yeah, so just to clarify, son Scotty's not saying he agrees with that being taught early in the schools. And just to clarify, I don't agree with openness. That. Now, when they start teaching sex education in middle school is when the conversation of other folks' sexuality can come into play.
The whole spectrum can be open.
Well, absolutely. That's when that could come into
play. That's respectful. That's how it's always been. We are okay with that. And then you say, like, I think the age of 16 or 19, when you could have that type of interaction with people. So it's appropriate to have that conversation with the children at that time.
Now, see, in the States, I don't know about Canada, but baby, you got to have them conversations much earlier with your babies. And to be honest, you better be having them before they hit 12. So they shouldn't be first hearing about sexuality and stuff up in them schools. Mm-mm. It really should be coming to the parents.
Facts.
Home.
And to be honest, I don't, now this is just me, I don't even think schools should be teaching about sex.
No.
Now I know that's old school going way back. I'm just saying.
Well, for the exposure, some kids may not have that openness in their household.
I know, and that's why they claim they're doing it, and that's okay.
But I agree with you too. I don't think
I'm telling you, unless they changed it, it's going to start in middle school. So all I'm saying is whatever their curriculum is for sex education, just include the sexuality part with it anyway.
Or don't deny it. They can say like that. Don't
deny it, because a part of that sex education also is safe sex and all of that. So that's all I'm saying. But this, the other stuff, introducing it at younger ages, that's not the school's responsibility.
No, it's not.
That's the individual parents' plight and responsibility.
And Auntie, isn't it in like say the States, you're like the kids' GPAs are low, like the kids are not the brightest kids in the world. So like, shouldn't our focus be on their education? Like this is why
they ain't thinking about no school. Are you kidding me?
I know. It's.
I mean, it should be focused on that, but that's not the focus. We're really behind in math and science, and
but this is our top priority.
Focus. That's not, and to be honest, that has to fall back on the parents. That has to fall back on the parents.
I do agree with that. Starts at home.
So
what's going to happen is going to fall back on the individual, and they just got to be strong enough to take that road in life. Because ain't nobody going to be for that type of person.
I wouldn't say that, because I had plenty of people who were of that persuasion.
You got to be in the community of people who have gone through it to know from experience that, like, nah, the community, even your own people, you're going to have to just tough that fucking shit out and just know that you got to vibrate high and just know that your identity ain't nobody going to be there for it. And you just got to keep going. And don't worry about what motherfucking people say. Even if it's your family, your church, your fraternity, your school, your job, don't care. Don't care about that. Just know that you vibrate high enough to have been chosen to do that in life.
Stop looking for outside validation for your.
Yeah.
It's like anything, really. A female has to know she's a female without having, that she is pretty. Let me put it like that. She looks good. If she looks good to herself in the mirror, she looks good to somebody else. And don't care what they think about what she looks like.
Right.
You have to have your own self-esteem.
Right.
And confidence to walk with your head up. But if you care that somebody is not acting like they should, that's your problem.
Yeah, agreed with what you said, Sis Sandra. Agreed with what Son Scotty said. But I do want to acknowledge that
he's out there.
Being, gay or whatever, it's not an easy plight. We have to keep it real. The Black community be the first one to call you the F word, call you the D word. That's not an easy plight.
I never did understand that. I never did understand it. And I went to a home that were men that were homosexual. I was just sitting there waiting for my cousin because she was talking to her half brother. And I was just sitting in there on the sofa. And one of them came in there, man. He was about 6 foot something. And he started cussing at me. And I'm like, what? What? And he said, you are straight so-and-so, aren't you? I had no understanding what the vernacular was. If he wanted to be who he is, be there. But they also take it out on you when you are who you are. That's what
I wouldn't say they, because that's lumping a bunch of people. That's not fair. Now that's not fair to say they.
No, he did.
Right. Let's say he did. And like in anybody, you got some assholes. Yeah, so now this is just me personally. I would have cussed this motherfucking ass out.
Oh, I didn't know what he was talking about.
What the fuck you mean?
I didn't understand.
So it's assholes everywhere. So I wouldn't go that far to say they. No, all I'm saying is being gay is no easy life. You see how they are treated. Yeah, and specifically in the Black community, we have to keep it real. And even to this day, Black men, not all Black men, get mad at black women that support gay people. You all are you goddamn women are upholding all of these blanks, meaning the gay men.
Well, it depends on
We have to keep it real.
Be so clean, have a great resume, just been doing stuff for the community.
And they don't be giving a goddamn. You steal the
And what about this? What if you a virgin? You ain't never had sex before. You just are that. So what you gonna say then? Like, because they ain't out here with an OnlyFans or just teaching the kids nothing. Like, they just focus on the one thing. It's your gender. Oh, you're a transgender. So now you degenerate.
You're a
You focusing on that. I gave you nothing to put me in that degenerate category because that's what you think of that identity. That's why I'm there.
Right. That's what they do.
Right.
I'll say this, Scotty. On behalf of the heterosexual males, I apologize and I'm sorry for how we've treated you and the people of that community. We should not have talked down to you or degraded you in that manner solely based on your sexuality. I will take that upon myself and say we were wrong for doing that.
Thank you, nephew Nuwa. Yeah, it's wrong, and I'm not trying to say you doing this, as Sandra. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, and nobody is on here. I know I'm getting a little passionate.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I want you to, and that's why on this platform I want to be clear where I stand. That shit's not right.
No, it isn't.
Because it's still our family.
Right. Let people do them.
Now,
again, let's get back on shit we should be concentrating on, which that's what the shit motherfuckers get mad at me about. Concentrate on the serious work that needs to be done. What somebody's doing in their bedroom,
it's none of your business.
It's none of my so-and-so business.
All of your business. That.
Now, Auntie, the only thing I want to say in regards to that is the child thing. Like, one thing I find is that even though they're asking us to be open with the community, the LGBT, I find there is still a level of perversion, let's say pedophilia, that no one's talking about.
Right.
How? Where? Based on what?
Okay, within the now, Scotty, this is not you. I'm talking about that community within the LGBTQ plus whatever. They have a flag for what's called a minor attraction or whatever it's called, and within their community, it's okay to be attracted to younger individuals. They're saying you're not having sex with them, but you're just attracted to them.
Is that just a pedophilia thing? Is that a pedophilia thing, or is that
but see, this is where it opens the door.
Flagged out. I'm sorry.
No, but this is where it opens the door, Auntie, because now we've made a category for being attracted to young people, and I said this is where, and I say, Scotty, I think this is where the blurring the lines of, because I think this is where people kind of is with the gay thing is where the kids come in. Is where the kids come in.
Okay, so let me just be clear. But do you know about that son, Scotty? I don't know. Come on, educate us, because I want us to be clear. Educate.
Because I said this on a previous show when we got into this conversation. The conflation of pedophilia into that LGBT thing is horrible, because pedophilia don't got no gender, sexuality.
That's the way I see it.
Straight and that shit is just wrong all across the board.
Okay, thank you. That's all we need to hear. You see, because that's where we get confused, Scotty, because like I said, it's wrapped in your community, and we don't know. We don't know.
But my question to son Scotty, is that true? Is it wrapped in the LGBTQ community, or is that something that was said it was wrapped in the community?
It's called minor. I'll look it up. Minor.
That's something that was said.
They have a flag. They have a flag for it. Like there's a list of all the.
I thought that was a flag for pedos.
No, they have like all the different gender. They have a flag for it. Like they have like let's say
they have a flag for all them fucking degenerates, right. And the one that's women and like little girls, the one that's women and like little boys, the one it don't make all the motherfuckers is degenerate, and they gonna have a flag for they sick ass shit to call out to each other. But that don't mean that that's attached to that community.
Okay, no, but that's what
they're
thought,
patching it though, and that's what I'm saying. They're patching it to that. I'm asking that because we're getting confused on the heterosexual side.
Yeah, so he's telling you it's not. Those are
that's what I'm saying.
Degenerate MF.
Because it's like, okay, y'all just don't know shit from shit, and y'all getting stuff mixed up, and now I'm included in some shit I ain't got shit to do with.
Right.
Yeah. Okay,
You're enjoying your
that's
sexuality,
why I
and we're
wanted
seeing guys
you to
taking advantage
clear
of
it up,
children, and we're like,
because
whoa,
I thought
whoa,
it was just degenerate people that like to mess with children. End of story.
Right.
That's what I thought it was, and that's what it
Take
is.
that back to Greek and Rome. Yeah, it did start off with some old men and some women. I mean, older men, younger boys and shit. But that shit done spread out, and now it's like whole other thing. It's like a whole other thing, and it can't be just grouped to one identity.
Not the rate
So
of
nationality,
sexual
not
assault
one
on
gender.
young girls. It can't be.
It's just
Degenerates. They're just degenerates.
I mean, if you look at the different churches, look at the Vatican. They known for the popes and the little boys. Look at the Black Church. They known for what? The older men and the younger women, the little girls.
Right.
So it don't you put any label on it. The shit is wrong, but you can't just say, oh, it's black men because we've seen it in the Black Church, or it's older white men because we saw that in the Vatican, Europe. It's like, no. These motherfuckers, if you want to loop them in the group, just say it's they pedophiles. That's it. They like young kids.
So I'll say that. Right. So you have your people that are that like that. There's you, and then there's them.
Just say them what they is. They is not my people. They not my people, bro.
There's you, and there's them. That's what I want to identify. Makes it easier because then I can go after them, and you can identify them.
None of them people is my people. I stand alone.
You're protecting children.
I stand alone.
Okay,
right,
so we got that clear. So just to reiterate, people that like messing with children is not an LGBTQ thing. I didn't think it was.
No, they're hiding within that community.
And I don't even know if they're hiding within that community, to be honest. I just think that's just, they like messing with children.
But what I'm saying, but in the LGBT community, there is a flag for people that are attracted to minors, and that's where my premise came up with about them being a part of it. And then Scotty said, no, they're just pedophiles around, but there is a flag for that.
Flag didn't come from that community.
That's why I'm like, I didn't think it came.
Well, there we go.
That came from the pedophiles making the flag.
Okay, well they see. All right, because that's where we're getting the plus from. Like, where the plus coming in from, guys?
Okay, that's like saying, yeah, I'm an African American and I'm black, so I'm underneath of that. Yeah, the Black Lives Matter made the pedophile flag just because I'm under Black Lives Matter. Like, what? Like,
right,
what?
Right. Or, I'm under the red, black, and green flag. I'm a black woman, I got a bunch of children. I don't have no man around. I'm on Section 8. You see the comparison?
Right.
So you can't do that to people.
No.
So those are degenerate pedos.
Yeah.
And anybody making a fucking flag for some shit, like automatically, I'm like, I'm not underneath our banner. Like, what the fuck?
Like, it's just your lifestyle. Like, why do you need a sign for it? Like,
well, I guess they do if you doing dirt like that.
And this is another thing too that people can't get in their head. And this is a clear example, Brother Nuwa. The group and the entity and that agenda is separate from the people. And people tend to conflate them in their head. Oh, this agenda exists over here. So all people who seemingly would fall underneath of that, you don't even know if they do. You're just putting them underneath of that. They belong to that now. It's like,
if it wasn't for Black Lives Matter, I wouldn't understand it in totality. But it was because of that movement, I could fully understand where you're coming from.
Focusing on the propaganda corporation first to understand the identity of the people is the wrong way. The wrong way to go.
The movement. Knowing the movement doesn't identify the people. That's what I'm saying. Knowing that the actual movement, the people and the movement are two separate things.
Absolutely. So it is what it is. So we're not going to subscribe to that being the case with the LGBTQ community. And again,
no consent to none of the propaganda, none of the corporation, none of the agenda, none of the doctrine, none of the narratives, none of the programs, none of that.
Yeah, no consent. That's right.
Came from the horse's mouth.
So it is what it is. All right.
Thank you, Scotty. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm glad we're having these conversations. We're supposed to have these conversations. Okay, so with that said, wait a minute. All right, Brother Odell, come up when you're ready. But if you need to go sleep, go to sleep. Go to sleep, because you're supposed to be resting. All right, so child, that was good. We went around the block and up the corner on that. All right, so son Scotty, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery? Yeah, I'm cold. I gotta go get me another.
I go ahead on with the fuckery with something about this. I thought the little C-19 had went away. They had said,
oh no.
They had said you ain't had to wear the mask. They was opening stuff up and all of this. But now it's a spike coming back around.
And guess what they call it? Omicron.
What's that?
Omicron.
Omicron now, not Omicron.
Omicron. And that's the group.
So original.
That's the group in that, the star people.
Yeah.
Star seeds.
Yeah.
Groups.
So they're trying to tell us something.
Uh-huh.
What were you gonna say, Scotty, though, about the situation?
Because now they didn't put another little mandate coming back. Oh, you gotta wear a mask now, or work from home, or
what is that in California?
I thought they just opened up the airlines.
Yeah, because the federal what's the face in them said you can't mandate for people to wear that across the airline. So now who trying to start some mess?
Missing.
I know y'all off the chain in California, but not y'all personally.
They're mad at the federal judge for doing that.
Yeah, ain't nobody trying to hear that. But I mean, who's son Scotty trying to tell people to go back to that?
Yeah.
That's sad.
Jobs, businesses.
Oh, okay.
Starting at that level, be just off of. They say it's a spike, and that's my go ahead with the fuckery. Is like, where's the spike? Where's these numbers coming from? Where's this?
Yeah,
they get ready to get. I'm telling y'all, these companies and stuff that's rolling with that, they get ready to be sued because. And I ain't trying to tell nobody what to do, but once that Supreme Court, because remember, Biden gonna get his old ass up there, talking about he was getting ready to mandate. Y'all know what I was talking about. He was gonna mandate, and the Supreme Court came back and told them they can't do that, which I knew that was gonna happen all along. But the fact of the matter is, they know they cannot mandate for folks to do those things. So what's going to happen is these companies can pull that if they want to. They're going to start getting sued.
Because there's no backing no more.
I heard they even said it's not the science of the stuff that fits their mandates. There's no science to prove that. And I've been saying that in a long time, that stuff is in the maths. They don't even have the right maths.
They don't.
I've been saying it since
you did say that. I actually got that what is it, the N, what's the face, whatever. And it's hard as hell to breathe in that B. But
that's not meant to be breathed, that's a respirator.
Right, but I do have it, but
yeah.
Child, bottom line is they've been punking people.
Yeah, they have.
Because they want to see how far they can push you out of getting you to consent to something. Let me rephrase that.
Yeah, you're
getting you to consent to something.
Willingly consent, yeah.
Because the science, and I said it in the beginning, does not fit to what I've been taught in you. And they came out there, he's in the science, and now they're calling the CDC on that science. They're calling them on it. And the judge is calling them on the fact that they are not a government agency and they had no right to do that.
Well, even the government agency didn't have the right to do it, which is why the Supreme Court struck down Biden with that mandate. Was like, that would be a no.
overreach of power.
Exactly. So they can keep trying to push these bullying tactics. These companies, they're gonna get sued. They straight gonna get sued. That's just the bottom line.
And then I just haven't, like, I don't know, like maybe I'm just not aware of it, but just like, no, I remember when I used to hear people like, yeah, they got it. They sick for this, you know, they got a quarantine, they got it, this and that. And I was like, okay, maybe, you know, it is something. But now, all of a sudden now, my first time hearing of a spike is when y'all said it's a spike.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I haven't heard about no spike. I heard them talking about maybe possibly it was a spike, but that still don't have nothing to do with them trying to force people to do those things.
And then they got these people coming in across the border with no masks on or anything, no checking. And so they were like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, they're hugging Ukraine.
Yes.
What are you talking
Copper colored Libra jobs.
Yeah, and that's against HIPAA. Shit, you might as well ask me if I'm pregnant. You know what I'm saying?
They want to keep track of your boosters. Like, okay, update your little,
that's against HIPAA. And I said that out the gate. I'm like, how are they getting away with that? That's against HIPAA.
Consent. You didn't say
And
that.
That's why I'm saying these jobs fencing to get fired. I mean, not fired, child, sued. Because how you gonna say you can't ask me if I'm expecting? You can't ask me if I have any terminal disease, but you can ask me whether or not I got the hoochie coochie. That's not adding up.
Yeah.
And then the fact that you have to show the, medical documentation. Like, I thought that was a private between you and your doctor.
Right. That's HIPAA.
Right. That's out the window.
So it's just some dumb companies out there, and people, they're being dumb. They're letting them get away with it and disclosing that information because you got two options. Don't mess with that company or take it to the courts.
And then, you know, out here in LA, there's so many venues and concert places. You know, I'll be like, okay, let me see. Yeah, I might want to go to this. Right when you about to buy the ticket, a little disclosure. Yeah, we need to see this. We need to see that. We need this
I ain't
proof.
going. You ain't finna get my money.
Exit out.
You're not finna get my money, so you could just
But
go on
a lot of
with
people
that.
do.
Right, so they're consenting.
Yeah, that's how they get you with the consent.
Yeah, you're literally consenting.
I want to be.
That's the only reason why they went ahead and got it, was so that they could just go to a
Now,
concert.
not me. I will be concert list.
You want to travel?
Right. That's why, you know, I ain't been kicking it with my traveling overseas and stuff. Oh, I need to do what? No, okay, so you telling me I got to take a test before I leave. Then when I get there, I got to take a test. Then I got to wait so many days and take I just won't be going. See, you're not finna harass me to take my doggone ends. No, that's not how this story is played.
Yeah.
So when, you know, we sit up here and talk about, you know, making sacrifices and, you know, for your sovereignty, I'm sorry, those were small sacrifices. They were testing you.
Right.
Yeah.
They were testing you. I don't need your concert that bad. I don't need to kick it on that trip that bad. I said what I said and I meant what I said. So people that went with it, you consented to it.
You know, Elon Musk is coming out straight out and talk about the interfacing between AI and humans.
Oh, he's been talking about that. Actually, I got something on that. I got something even deeper on that than that, y'all. So once we get through to go ahead on with the fuckery, I got something deeper than that, child.
Yeah, and somebody asked him about the Cologuard test. The Cologuard is really your gut health. They're trying to see if you have any cancers in your colon. I don't know if it has any. I mean, anything you give them as far as the labs are concerned, one of the people on here on the chat asked
about that.
Anything you give them in relationship to your labs, they can disseminate it to whatever way they want to. It's like in the Ukraine issue, they were taking the people's DNA, and having them sign up and all this kind of stuff, register and all this kind of stuff in some of those Donbass and Lumbas areas, and they were bombing them and everything. That's not part of the news. But, people want to control the masses with their DNA. And they were taking people's, blood in Ukraine to make diseases specific to those races. And it's just the same way with the soy products. Some races can take that stuff with no problem, but some are very sensitive to it.
I guess
that's the other thing too. I was about to say, besides doing the medical genocide type stuff, they also be practicing serology, where they try to identify the antibodies and studying all of that shit when they taking all of that, so that they can actually, because all of that shit wasn't working on us. And motherfuckers, they like, damn, they done got boosted up, and we still can't pull back the data that we really want. Why is they so like, but on the reverse side, they like, well, damn, it's something inside them that we need to study to see why they is so immune to what the fuck we trying to do to them.
Right.
And so when they study them antibodies to find out how you immune to something, how your immune system is naturally just adverse to their fucking weirdo Nazi science.
That is Nazi science too. You got it right, because they know, they tell you straight out they Nazis. But
I do have a question though. I'm not trying to be funny. My question is, with the sending your poop in to get colon tested. So you means to tell me now you could just send in your poop, but wasn't they digging in your colon with the West-face thingy?
Yeah, I guess they don't want to see it. You mean the exam? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So would you rather take the little probe thing, or you test my poop? So what am I missing?
Test the poop. Matter of fact, it's 90% accurate. There's
okay. So that's my point. So they could have been testing poop all along, but you've been digging in people's insides.
Yeah.
Submission.
They go money that way, you see. They can go under that knife and go in there. But now they came out with Cologuard, I guess, because people got tired of being stuck in the butt.
Because people wasn't going in. They like, I gotta do what? Oh no, I done told you I don't get down like that. I don't get down like that with you.
I'll take that cancer before I take that.
Shit, I don't get down like that with you either. So
if you don't have any history of it in your family, and you have no history of it in your and it's pretty accurate, because I did one, and it's pretty accurate. There's always a false positive, and so then you have to go look further. But I don't know.
I didn't want to lie upon some people, because when I only knew about it because of the commercial. I'm assuming that's how Haru knew about it. It's through the commercial. And I'm like, wait a minute. So now you can mail your poop in.
Yeah.
But that's some fucking that's some fucking black magic. Now, come on. Now, don't be sending your fucking shit through the mail. Am read that shit like some.
No, wait a minute, Brother Scotty. As a nurse, all I needed to do was take a teensy bit of your poop, put it on a tablet, and it will tell me if you had blood in there or not. It was
oh yeah, no. I know it's a real science. I'm saying now, why is they trying to get you to do all this after going through all these different ways of testing? Now they want you to shit because they ain't getting the data they want. So now they need more source material. So give me the shit. Give me those shit.
I think it's money. The colonoscopy costs $1 billion, and just the poop is $100 or something like that, right? So they want the full.
They always have shortcuts, and then we find out some 20 years later that you could have done it easier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
because I would be pissed at people that's doing the colon stuff. I'm like, you gotta be shitting me. I mean, literally and
Pun intended.
figuratively. What?
You have to take that go lightly, and you go all nightly. And you'll be so tired of getting up to go to the bathroom, to go in the morning early.
Oh, to get cleaned out for it.
You have to get cleaned out. You got to go pay that person for. It's like this money they're getting all the way along the line.
Wow, these folks are a mess.
Money all the way along the line for you to take those colonoscopies, and they're
okay. Well. All right, child, we done went from one thing to another.
I'm full of shit.
I just had to, since it was brought up, I mean, I didn't bring that up in my little defense, but honey, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, they on some bullshit, literally. All right, so nephew, why you have any? Go ahead on with the fuckery, because I do have a few things.
Well, actually, I don't really have anything really lined up. Kind of talked about from a perspective. I'll say this: the only thing I would say is similar to Sandra, was just how the government has more control or say over people's children, like with CPS. That if they're involved in your life, basically you have to comply with their program to get out of their program. Like, it's not really about you, the parent. It's more of you doing what they want you to do. And I also believe like that whole program is also like a kidnapping network, where if you don't comply with the kids disappear essentially.
It's a birth certificate. That birth certificate is what you signed up with them, and that's how they take control. Yeah.
So that's what I mean. It's just sad that they have those mechanisms within our lives, and we don't even realize it. And then when they do use them, it allows them to do a really horrible thing. So not really going with the fuckery, but just shedding light to the fact that that's still happening, and it puts kids in that position where they're allowed to be trafficked. So
nope, that's fair. Okay, so I do have something. Let me take this off. Y'all, I am freezing. This weather keep flip-flopping.
I was flipping too. We're supposed to have a big storm rolling into Cali. You know that, Brother Scotty, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it seems to be just going all the low hot spots across the Americas.
That's a strong motherfucking storm, ain't it?
You know, you can't plant. You know, I thought about that.
I haven't planted yet, Sis Sandra. I haven't planted yet. I'm about a month behind.
Yeah, and
it snowed just the other day on my side.
I'm sure that's intentional.
Yeah, it snowed. Brother Sean not on yet, but it snowed in Cleveland. They got a lot. I was like, well, damn.
No, it's no, like, you guys, I mean, it snowed. Like, we're calling it what's it, sprinter.
Y'all, how many
centimeters? I didn't count. It was a blanket of snow. It was called Winter Wonderland again, basically.
Yeah,
you close your eyes and went back
in
up.
Cleveland. I'm like, well, damn, it was just cold here. And yesterday it was 60. They claim it's 70 today, but I don't know why. Well, they say it's 65, but I still feel a nip in the air.
But Auntie, realize we don't have a growing season then, if that's the case. Because like I said, we're ground now.
Shout out to Adapt 2030. If y'all not hip to his YouTube channel, check him out. That man has been saying this was going to happen for years. He said it. He literally predicted it. And that's why I've been saying for years, prepare yourself, family. Have your staples stocked up. Have some food and stuff. Your medicine and all of that. He's been saying that for years. He specifically said that the growing seasons are going to get shorter and shorter. And shout out to my sister Divinity. She's in the chat. Because her and I be, every year, we got to talk about how we going to do our garden. And last year, we had a shorter growing season. And this year, it's the same thing.
Even shorter. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be even shorter.
Like I'm hoping in May we have a good run that we can put seeds in the ground.
Yeah, but
I'm
shoot,
prepared.
when does it start getting cold where you are? What
August.
Oh, I was gonna say it's August for you. For us, it's September, October. But you know how that goes. It takes tomatoes a little bit to go on and get it going. And certain crops, it takes a little bit for them to get going.
The last ones to really come up, and exactly that. You're picking them in August, September, and like if we don't even get growing season to last that long,
Exactly.
December we're picking tomatoes.
Exactly. And you know, if you in the colder climates, you ain't finna pick no maters in no colder climate, because that first frost, that's a wrap.
It's a wrap. I mean, before the first frost, you got to get that done because it's a wrap by the first frost.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
You're prone to damage at that point.
Child, y'all better go on to them farmers markets and stock up on your stuff. Dehydrate your little veggies and fruits and stuff, and freeze. And with my tomatoes, I mainly grow my tomatoes, y'all, to make my own sun-dried tomatoes.
Ooh, soup is good. Canned soup from tomatoes. Oh my God, that's good.
Yeah, that's good too. So stock up on your stuff, y'all. Plus, the shelves are getting bare. I know y'all noticed that as you going into the grocery stores and you go in there, rolling up in there, getting your favorite stuff, and it's liable to not be in stock.
And it's summertime.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, what grocery bills have, I know mine's doubled.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yes.
I know mine's doubled. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, with summer coming, we know there's always a fuel spike. So if we're vexed about this fuel spike this go around, remember, summer's coming, and that is going to be, all your air conditions are going to be on. So, you know, they're going to be complaining about electricity. That's a perfect time for something to happen. I'm just going to say that.
Right. I hear you.
Be prepared.
I hear you. So same old. Be prepared, beloveds. Okay. So yeah, this what I ran across. First space. This is Euronews.next. First space now immortality. Jeff Bezos reportedly invest in eternal life startup Altos Labs.
Oh, that's Los Alamos?
Huh?
Where's that, California?
I don't know. I didn't forget. Hopefully they'll tell us.
I think it's California. So they got some labs.
California with the fuckery. Now it says MIT. MIT is in well, let's read it.
MIT is
in Pennsylvania, I think, right?
No, it's everywhere, isn't it? MIT is schools, right?
But I thought the main campus was in Pennsylvania. But let's read it and see what they say. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos is taking on the Grim Reaper after he reportedly invested in a startup that is trying to figure out how to reverse the aging process, according to a report in MIT Tech Review. Okay. Altos Labs was founded earlier this year. Oh, before I move on, you know, when we be in them ancient scripts, and they be talking, I think even the Bible says, because the Bible ain't nothing but a accumulation of ancient scripts, and they coded a lot of it, but when they be speaking on how people used to live longer and all of that,
120 years.
500, 900
right?
years.
But they said in the ancient scripts where there was genetic engineering and something was changed in the genetic makeup to cause folks to age. So I thought that was interesting, but let's continue. Altos Labs was founded earlier this year and is luring university scientists with high salaries of $1 million a year or more, and allows them free rein to research how cells age and how to reverse the process, the report said. Now, I'm going to say this. If you all pay attention, as the realm is speeding up, pay pay attention to how people are aging.
Really?
Pay attention, because some people are aging in dog years and some people not. So pay attention. So something is going on within the realm. I'm sorry, go ahead, son Scotty.
Oh no, and I just wanted to tie back to some of them ancient texts with them Anunnaki, and they had them little like sarcophagus little things that was like, basically they get in them and they in some like little water round type shit, and it reverses the aging process, basically. So, you know, getting into this, it don't surprise me.
It don't surprise me at all. Not at all.
And Auntie, when it comes to the aging thing, what I've seen is we keep forgetting about Dr. Sebi in terms of eating a certain diet.
I agree.
Health.
That
because
part also.
Because what I've learned is, what I've seen is, let's say the aunties back in the Caribbean had a glow to them. Like when you hear their age, oh, they're 90 this, 100 this, you're like, whoa, auntie? Now you look at the people in, let's say, America, and they're in their 60s and 70s, and they're falling apart.
Yeah.
And I see it's really based on the diet that people are eating and their health regimen, essentially. Like they go to doctors instead of going to nature. So yeah, there is.
Yeah, I think it's, I definitely think it's that for sure, hands down. It's that, but I also see something with the realm. Something is going on with the realm. Because I even look at my grandparents, and it's a different look. Yeah. And they ate much better than the average person nowadays.
There's a glow. Like they had like their cheeks would be rosy.
Right. But what I'm saying, even people today are looking younger than they looked. It's something going on.
Okay, I see what you mean. You're the left and the right side.
Yeah, it's something going on.
Cool.
Okay, with and I believe it's the change in the frequency and where you fit on the spectrum of that change as well. Okay, so Bezo.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just about to add on because the realm is breaking down the time. You know, we talking about the age of ascension in this time wheel. And Mother Nature, Mom is like, you know, this shit is fake. And so, like, you're going to have to, you know, the age stuff is really like, our minds can't even really comprehend it and shit. So it's like, really, like, how old is this person? Or like, how many years it went by? It's like, because that part is like kind of fading away.
It is fading away. It is. It is. Well, that's at least what I want to tell myself. And I'm like, well, maybe it's just me. But that should be starting to blend together. You'd be like, huh, what? So, yeah, I totally agree. So, it's a lot of things going on with the realm changing. So, I found this highly interesting. And now they appear talking about they trying to reverse the aging process. So, you know, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
You said there's a parallel universe that's going in reverse.
So, what the universe... What about the parallel universe? Is that slowing down and we're speeding up?
In reverse time. You know, they had it on currently AT&T today that they found the parallel universe is going in reverse. So I was thinking in respect to the fact that would, if it's mimicking us, it would take our time away from us, you know, that we have and make us younger. If it's parallel and it's going in reverse. Instead of like ours going up and up and up and getting old. So
that would be like concentric dimensions, and that would like create like a vortex.
Yeah.
Like black hole type situation.
Yeah. Or we're just catching up to that parallel universe.
Well, you know, their clock is failing.
Oh, that's for sure.
And so if the clock is failing, there is no time.
Absolutely. Which it really ain't no time to begin with.
Exactly. And all its time is what we give it. you know, if you turn 60, oh, I didn't hit 60. Oh, I feel so old. Well, here you go.
Yes, you know that's my show, Tom Jones.
Yeah, I saw
Sounds like
that.
you guys talking about Stargate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
son Scotty, love him some
Exactly.
Stargate. Everything you know on Stargate. So, okay, so Bezos 57 resigned as CEO of Amazon in July and said this year that he would spend more time on philanthropy and passion projects like his space company Blue Origin. He made a short journey into space in July in the company's new Shepard rocket, but Bezos isn't the only plutocrat to reportedly invest in the company. Russian Israeli billionaire Yuri Milner has reportedly invested too. Milner, 59, made his fortune after investing in Facebook, among other tech. Okay, yeah, I didn't care nothing about that. Let's get to this Altos Labs. The aim of the company is to pursue a technology that can, I be knowing what I'm talking about. The aim of the company is to pursue a technology that can biologically reprogram cells so they are rejuvenated to prolong human life. And so what I'm saying, I believe, depending on what frequency you're tuned into, which you should be tuned into the planet's frequency, that's happening to you naturally.
I agree.
Little is known about the company. I bet little is known. The report said the startup was set in the US and UK this year following a biotechnology-orientated conference that was held in the Los Altos Hills. Where's that at, y'all? Yeah, sis, you
In
right.
California.
California. Child, California and the foolishness. Well, that's supposed to be the tech hub. According to MIT Tech Review, a securities disclosure filed in California in June indicates the company has raised at least $270 million. The company also reportedly plans to set up in multiple locations, including San Diego, Japan, and Cambridge in the UK. Who is working on the project? Spanish biology Juan Carlos Belmonte is set to join the company, the MIT report said. He is known for his research in mixing human and monkey embryo. Child, we can't make this stuff up. Let me sip this water. So, he mixing who now? Human and monkey embryos. Okay, whatever. So, he genetic engineering. But what? Okay. Professor Steve Horvath is also said to be joining the team. He is the developer of a so-called biological clock that can measure human aging. Senya Yapamanica, who shared a 2012 Nobel Prize for the discovery of reprogramming, will be an unpaid senior scientist and will chair the company's scientific advisory board. Okay, I'm still tripping on how dude was able to mix human and monkey embryos.
Well, you know, isn't that Darwinism that they came from it? That humans came from monkeys?
Yeah, he was full of shit, but
Yeah,
nonetheless, I'm pointing that out because they sit up here and talk about the science and the ethics. And when I've been saying all along, they full of shit and they've been experimenting with genetic engineering off the books for quite some time.
Henrietta what? Flack?
Lax.
Yeah.
Okay, so although there are many hurdles to overcome, there is huge potential, Yamanaka told the MIT Technology Review. Manuel Serrano of the Institute for Research in Biomedicine in Barcelona, Spain, said the company would pay him 5 to 10 times what he earns now. He confirms to the MIT Technology Review he plans to join the Altos facility in Cambridge. The philosophy of Alto Labs is to do curiosity-driven research. This is what I know how to do and love to do, said Serrano. In this case, through a private company, we have the freedom to, through a private company, child, they finna get it in. We have the freedom to be bold and explore. In this way, it will rejuvenate me.
Do illegal things.
Right. Will we ever find the elixir of life? According to Serrano, Alto's first objective isn't making money at all. The aim is to understand rejuvenation, he told MIT. I bet it is.
Yeah.
I would say the idea of having revenue in the future is there, but it's not the immediate goal. Altos is not the only secretive company looking into extend life. Calico Labs, a longevity company that was announced by Google's. So y'all peeping game on who's heading these ventures up.
People don't want to die.
Tech dudes.
Ooh.
Technocrats.
Right, technocrats. So Calico Labs was announced by Google's co-founder Larry Page in 2013. Is also on the same track. It too hired elite scientists with generous paychecks, but it is not clear how much progress the company has made to date. So again, this article is from Euronews.net. Next, it's called First Space, Now Immortality. Jeff Bezos reportedly invests in eternal life startup Altos Lab. I even forget where I got that article from. I thought it came across my feed. I could be wrong. Okay, so that's that. So, and again, I say that they're only doing this because there's a huge shift coming on board. From a spiritual perspective, the realm is going to totally change.
I really believe like that. Somebody said in the chat that the mRNA was a purpose. It was a test for that kind of
It
stuff.
could have been.
Yeah,
It
because
very
all
well
of that
could have
data
been.
harvesting, they need the biological data from all of the shit they doing with the C-19, the vaccines. They need all of the online digital fucking mind space data for
Right.
the metaverse and all that shit. And they need all of your soul consciousness to bind that together to do dimensional portal type stuff. So all of that harvesting is for they fucking weird fucking science projects.
Right.
True.
Exactly. And they were doing it in Ukraine too with all those biolabs.
Yeah, so the next one, speaking of that, the next story, and y'all probably heard this. This is all the stuff I wanted to talk about over the last couple weeks. So now we could get to it. Let me make sure. I be hating when you open a website and then you got a video screaming at you. Okay, that's on pause. So the next one I want to talk about is real quick. Shanghai residents scream out from high-rise apartments as lockdown stretches into second week.
No food.
Come on, y'all. As Shanghai enters week 2 of strict pandemic lockdowns, a video has gone viral on social media showing frustrated residents screaming from windows of their high-rise apartment buildings.
Yeah.
In what looks like a scene from the dystopian horror movie, it appears the government responded to the window screaming by sending a drone playing a message instructing the residents to keep quiet and comply with restrictions. Baby, they off the chain. Let's go on and play this real quick. On Twitter.
All be.
Ciao. Hold on.
It's pro-China, so.
这个是正常的
It
骄
is
傲。
like one of them
完了，终于来
fucking
了。
like them Asian movies
所有
where
人
they
都在叫。
always they gotta kill everybody to the last one standing or some weird shit.
Yeah.
That's like real life.
So wait a minute. Let me see if I could.
How come like this genocide is not being talked about? You know, like.
Oh yes, I did have that that article about the.
Get share this.
I saw the video I saw a video showing that what's going on there.
Hell, I can't share. Okay, I'm about trying to share with y'all on the Zoom. Why can't y'all? I never get this right.
Oh, you're over there.
Hold on. Where am I at? Oh, there it is.
I think I heard of, on the Patriots channel was on there. American News, I think I heard him play that on there.
Yeah, so here it is. This off Twitter now.
这个是正常的骄傲。好了，终于来了，所有人都在叫。
Actually, how many people are in those buildings?
要命了！
Was there volume?
就刚刚5分钟前头，俺们叫俺没几个了，现在突然之间，所有人都叫了，
YouTube.
要死！
Oh no.
Y'all see that mess?
要命了！再这样弄下去，我跟你讲，真的要出事体了，麻烦了。根子上面呢，因为所有的人，你都不晓得这个状态到底维持到啥个辰光。我总要把个标准，或者是讲有一个具体的说法，没。侬讲看，闷了7天，当然屋里向啊，
Yeah, because since you
不能
gotta
出
go on
门
mute
啊
to hear,
不是
it's
说
just
不能出
playing
小
on
区啊，
YouTube.
这不行的嘛，这弄下就要出事情。
That's a lot of people, y'all. All right. Now, I don't know why y'all couldn't hear it because I literally shared my
No, that was a
sharing
lot of
screen.
people.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. So let me get back.
And
Oh,
it's
sorry,
sad
let me
to
get back
know
that.
that like,
Sorry.
it's like the response of the government is simply just to send a drone to say shut up. Wow.
Oh, that's in Shanghai. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, that's the heart. That's a big city.
Yeah. As I'm saying,
That's a big city.
those buildings represent a large density of people. Like, don't think of
Absolutely.
a building small. Like, no, that building
No,
is like how many
they're
hundreds-
high rises.
Yeah.
When I went to China, Shanghai was one of the cities. I didn't know if it was Beijing or Shanghai, and that's how they live. They
Yeah.
live in those high rises, and most of the population lives there. They don't have a lot of people that live in the rural areas anymore, because you have to remember, China has 1 billion people. I'm talking China as a whole.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of people. So
Their living quarters
I'm
are
sorry.
small too. No, I'm just gonna say their living quarters.
I don't know
like,
how they
like
do it.
yeah, exactly. We live in big expansions. Like say
Yeah,
like that.
child, my nerves would be shot. I don't know how they do
Living
it.
in a studio condo in that situation. Whew.
Yeah, I don't know how I do it. How they do it, rather. I can't do it.
Yeah.
All right,
24
so
minutes.
Shanghai is currently in the midst of its largest pandemic outbreak in 2 years, with over 26,000 new cases reported there on Sunday. Now, this came out last week, family. The city entered complete lockdown on April 5th as part of China's zero C-19 policy, which aims to completely eradicate the virus by implementing citywide shutdowns
Yeah.
to limit outbreaks. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. The
Auntie,
city.
can you?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, before you continue, can you unmute Auntie Sandra? I think she has her hand up.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. The city's 25 million residents, are prohibited from leaving their homes during lockdown, and it has become increasingly difficult to purchase food. Most residents have been ordering food through delivery apps or through government delivered rations. Y'all see what I said? Y'all better have y'all stuff stocked up.
It's not much either. It's not much at all.
Government delivered rations, but actually getting that food has proved difficult because of the high demand.
High demand.
Now, remember when I was talking to y'all 2 years ago, and shout out to Adapt 2030 because that's where I got the information. He was talking about how China's growing seasons were getting shorter and how they were going to be running into food supply problems, and he was tracking it. And then we saw either it was last year or the year before last, where the Chinese government dipped into their food surplus to kind of keep the food supply going. Okay, which is also he was saying that China was going around the world trying to buy food from other nations to feed their people as well. And that's also one of the reasons why China is in Africa, because that particular climate is going to get colder.
Right.
Yeah.
And so their growing season is really going to be off. Now, remember, China has 1 billion people.
And they had all them floods too.
I was about to say,
they had the floods. It's just a hot mess, y'all. Right, because the floods have ruined the crops.
You know, people like living like that, but you are at the mercy of somebody else when you live on those kind of high rises, because they can turn off your water, they can turn electricity, they could turn off your air conditioning, they could turn off everything, and you would have nothing.
Now, remember, China, it used to be a rural nation where you had a bunch of farmers and they grew stuff, this, that, and the third. But as China started building itself up, because remember when Nixon went to China, he was the one that, quote, quote, opened the gateways for the world to start doing business with China. And in actuality, what was happening, they were setting China up to become the new world power on the block.
Yeah.
They started that back in the 70s. So once they started that, they started building up the cities. First of all, the unions in the Americas were starting to be dismantled. And you can thank Reagan for putting a nail in the coffin on having strong unions, and then jobs starting to be shipped overseas. Okay. And so the U.S. started doing business with China. And so China was able to start having a workforce. So with that, they started building all of these high rises and getting people to come out of the rural areas into the cities to work.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how the Chinese people got in that position of living in those condensed areas. It's literally to make a living, to work. So they switched from a farming to more of manufacturing, and of course now they're into they're still into big time manufacturing, but technology and all the other stuff. Okay, so that's how they got in the position of all of those particular cities with all of those high rises. Now, I didn't get the opportunity to go to all of the major cities in China. I didn't get to go to Hong Kong, but Shanghai, Beijing, Xi'an, I forget the other ones. All of them were like that. And literally, when you're coming in to China on the plane, you can see the rural areas, and you can see the factories, some factories there, but the closer you get to the city, you see the factories. So I'm saying all that to say all of it was planned to get to this point right where we are now, where China is on the world stage as a world power. It was planned, and it wasn't just planned from the 70s. That's just when they started implementing the plan, because they plan these things at least 100 years in advance, and they plan it based on the quote frequency or the age, right? So that's how those people got in that position of living in those high rises. And to show you how planned it was, because even before those high rises hit, just go back and look at some of the old school pictures of China. Now, I know my mud flood people, we know that's a separate story, because you can also pull pictures of China where they had Roman-style buildings. That part of history they don't want to talk about. So mud flood people, I got you. I know, we know that it's some hidden history there. They didn't reset some shit. But post that reset, remember when China had the styles, the Asian style buildings? Y'all know what I'm talking about, with them type of roofs and all of that. Those are that's what was prominent in the city.
The geisha houses.
Yeah,
the geisha houses, all of that. So yeah, they plan this out. They know exactly what they're doing. Okay, so last week, the country's largest e-commerce platform, Alibaba, and now peep game, Alibaba is bigger than Amazon. Now, I only went on there and glanced at it. It got shitty products. Well, to me, they shitty, but it's bigger than Amazon. Announced that all individuals' deliveries, Alibaba need their ass whooped, would be postponed for 7 days. So, Amazon people, attention, Amazon customers. Child, you see what Alibaba done set up and pulled? And Alibaba is bigger than Amazon. So you better prepare yourself that all individual deliveries would be postponed for 7 days. Residents have started buying groceries in bulk through group orders and sharing with their neighbors at discounted rates. So, do you all understand why it's important not to have just-in-time groceries? Because you liable to be ass out. You better get you some damn staples and have that shit set to the side. You can only buy through groups now because individual stores just can't deliver anymore. One resident told Fortune last week, right? So remember, they said this lockdown was April 5th. One video went viral last week of a resident waking up as early as 5:30 a.m. in the morning to try to secure a delivery. So let's take a look at that. So could y'all see it on Zoom?
We can see it on the back end, but we can't hear it. So we have to then mute up and go to it.
I don't know why y'all can't hear it. Okay, so y'all want me to still share it on Zoom, or you gonna look at YouTube?
You do what you need to do, love. We're good.
Well, I'll mute and do it on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, how do I why can't I child, let's see. Oh, I guess that's what I'm trying to
加油，老
do.
公，加油，加油，加油！ 加油加油！
Oh, you see him trying to order,
Yeah.
and ain't nothing coming up. Child. Trying to put the little stuff in his cart. Child. That's what he, so for those of you that couldn't see it well, he had the little ordering screen up and was just kept pushing the key to try to get it in his cart.
And he's using a vibrating machine to do it.
I didn't know. I was like, what that vibrating machine got to do with it? So was that to make his little thumb hit the little thing faster?
Yeah, as quickly as possible. Yeah, so he can try to get in.
So he was up at 5 a.m. trying to put stuff in his cart.
Yeah, and he just got in doing that technique. Wow.
That's bad, y'all. So old boy was trying to do that on April 7th. The lack of food isn't the only thing prompting people in Shanghai to yell from their balconies in protest of the continued lockdowns. Residents told Fortune last week they are more frightened of China's C-19 zero measures than the virus itself. A viral video from the city last week showed a Chinese health worker dressed in protective gear beating a pet dog to death. The dog's owner was in quarantine at an isolation facility after testing positive and released the dog after not being able to find anyone to take care of it while in quarantine, according to China News Weekly. The footage went viral on Weibo, with many noting that the taking out was cruel and not necessary.
Yeah.
Poor baby.
But just that goes to show you how what they're willing to do just to protect themselves, just to comply with the regulations. Now that they're harming animals at any cost, it's slippery slope that we're going down.
The gruesome clip shows the C-19 prevention worker chasing a dog down the street. Oh man! Before striking it several times with the shovel and taking the doggone pooch out. Poor pooch.
So on a regular day, that would be considered murder and someone would go to jail for that. But because it's an emergency.
Poor pooch. And images, and y'all better stock up on food for your poochies too. And images of an overcrowded Shanghai facility used to house children who tested positive for C-19 went viral on Weibo last weekend, according to Reuters. Parents in Shanghai previously told Fortune that they feared being forcibly separated from their children in the event of a positive test. You know what, y'all, to be honest, I'm surprised Fortune even covering this. Since then, the city announced it was relaxing rules and allows some parents to quarantine with their children. Case numbers, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just pointing that out. I found that to be really cruel. They separated the children from the parents. That to me was like...
I know. And it's scary.
Yeah. Are you ever going to see your children again? You don't know. You don't know what they're planning on doing. You don't know what's going to happen.
Since then, the city announced it was relaxing rules and allowing some parents to quarantine with their children. Case numbers in Shanghai are on the rise, and it's unlikely the lockdowns are close to ending. Well, damn.
Yeah.
Sunday, 26,000 new positive cases were at an all-time high, according to Bloomberg. Ciao. So that was from Fortune magazine, and it came out April 11th, but it seems like they went on lockdown. I think it said April 7th. Oh, April 5th. April 5th. Ciao.
And right now they're still on lockdown, and it's not being talked about. We're talking about Russia, but no one's talking about China's lockdown.
And I just saw that just casually glide across a news story on my phone, and I'm like, what? So y'all better be prepared. And now this last thing, I know we've been talking about food and stuff tonight. So
Got me hungry and stuff.
this is another one. Child. I'm telling you, so be prepared, fam, because they keep they did a test run of the supply chain during the lockdowns. They were testing it then. I told y'all that back then. And it ain't really never got back up to normal. It has started to kind of get back up to normal. And then now they're talking about the shortages all over. And it's so bad. I was at the car dealer last Friday, and they were like, yeah, inventory is down. And, you know, me, I'm like, oh, is it because the new electric vehicles are coming out? And they were like, no, it's because of the shortage of the chips that go in the cars.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like to myself, whoo.
The supply chain, that production supply chain, you
Yep.
can't that the technology can't go as fast as that motherfucking supply chain.
Well,
Exactly.
If you put an electric car, matter of fact, they have all cars now chipped.
Yeah, because he was saying, and on average, that particular brand of car, he said, I can't remember if he said 12 chips. It was pretty up there. I was expecting him to say 2, 3. He was like, no, each car got, I can't remember if it was 12, it was 20. It was double digit, y'all.
You know, that's a bad thing for people to get a car that's chipped, you know, because they can turn your car off anytime they want to.
Yeah, all the new cars can, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't have a choice unless you drive a real old school car without them chips.
Yeah, sir.
Exactly. Because that means if you need to get away to save your life from a disaster or from something they do, you're tough out of luck unless you go walk or bicycle.
Not even that, Auntie. What happened if the shutdown and they're like, okay, we're having a shutdown, and they push the button and they're saying, okay, you're not going anywhere, period.
You can't.
So they're going to shut down all cars.
Some of the things here in California, if you rented a car, you couldn't take it across the border because once you take it across the border, they shut your car down.
See?
California always be on some bullshit. Always on some fuckery.
But they're giving you the heads up that they can do it.
Yeah, you're 20 miles out, 10 miles out.
They can do that.
Mm,
You got to pay.
We are gonna be some stuck MFs because they've been chipping them cars for quite a while.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's where the control's going to be. Oh, you don't want to be in that situation? Well, do X, Y, Z, and you're good.
And it's only gonna get worse with the electric vehicles.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the electric vehicles are completely hacked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Drive themselves to think about it. If you're wanted for jail and you're in one of those cars, let's say a Tesla car, it can actually lock the doors and drive
your ass right on to the station.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people don't realize the technology.
And so they're making themselves where they're controlling everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you say, son of the universe, Cuba? Yeah, Cuba. I love them old school cars.
Yeah. You gotta go.
Shit, can
No
we
electricity.
even go there anymore? I thought they locked that back down. I was able to sneak it in when they opened it up. I'm like, I'm going. Let me go before they lock that shit back down. But yeah, Cuba got those cars from the 50s and the 40s and all of that. And when you go, you can get a driver to drive you around. It's pretty cool. But child, yeah, I don't know when they start using them chips, but it's gonna be a lot of people in trouble. So it is what it is. All right. So this is locally.
You know, I want to say one thing. Somebody posted about hot dogs and pigs and stuff. Do you know they're regulating the pork and the meat too now? Have you heard about that?
In what way?
Turn it off, you can't get it.
Real meat.
Real meat. They're stopping the people from buying pork and stuff.
Are they rationing it out, or what do you mean stopping them?
They're regulating so you can't get it. I heard, I don't eat pork, so
Right, yeah, I don't either.
it just was a passing thing to me. They stopping bacon and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of people eat that stuff.
Well, I remember I told y'all during the panty that they were doing that. Well, I talked about the supply chain. Because remember when you couldn't get no chicken? Remember when you couldn't get no bacon, because it was bacon. I don't know about the rest of the little pork parts. So it ain't like they didn't, again, they did a test run on that shit.
And Costco's cutting out their chickens.
And
Whoa.
beef too. Because I had the co-workers complaining about the price of the beef, and I couldn't find no bacon, and this, that, and the third. I remember them complaining about it.
And they cut it out. So I don't eat meat anyway, so I don't care.
Right.
And this is why they're pushing the Beyond Meat for those people, because they're going to have no other choice.
Yeah, and for those who don't eat, vegetables and stuff, you're gonna be out of luck because these people cutting out the meat. Because there's, I was in AAA once, and the lady said, "I get sick if I don't have meat." And I looked at my son. I said,
She needs to start weaning herself off and get her life together.
Body's giving her a purge and she doesn't realize it.
Because they're... All right, let's go on and see. So this is out of Atlanta, y'all. Governor Kemp declares state of emergency over supply chain disruptions.
Who's this?
The state of emergency takes effect Saturday, April 16th.
What state is this, Auntie? I'm not too sure.
At Georgia.
Okay, Georgia.
Atlanta. Governor Brian Kemp has issued a state of emergency aimed at supply chain issues. The executive order goes into effect Saturday. Despite the state's successful mitigation of the public health impacts of C-19, Georgia's supply chain has yet to fully recover and is experiencing severe disruptions, reads the state leader's executive order. Under the executive order, the governor said price gouging related to goods and services needed to respond to this state of emergency, such as motor or diesel fuel, would be detrimental and is prohibited. Rules that limit the hours that commercial drivers can work are suspended to ensure the supply chain for all supplies, goods, and services throughout Georgia is uninterrupted. However, the order stated that drivers should not operate their vehicles if they are sick or tired. It went on to say that they must be given 10 consecutive hours off duty before returning to work. Okay, so that's interesting because if I remember correctly, truck drivers, y'all got that ODOT rules and the weigh station thingamajigs, and you got to have your logs together on when you rested and this, that, and the third. So that's interesting.
It wasn't the East Coast, the trial for turning off the gas pumps last year or so.
Who was that?
It was Georgia, wasn't it? In Carolina?
I will have to look it up, sis. I can't remember.
They were all in line for gas because the pumps were turned off.
Yeah, I can't remember for sure if that was Georgia or if it was Carolina.
Yeah, they had already started pulling that rationing of product over there. So this is just, I don't care what Kemp says. This is just the way they are. They control the masses by doing that. And there was a lot of people in line last year before last, for the gas.
Supply chain issues have been strangleholding the local economy for some time, affecting everything from gas prices to grocery costs. The ensuing inflation across the state has begun to concern experts who say Georgia's 300,000 job openings are being stifled by the Peach State's historically low unemployment rate. So I just want to remind people, I told y'all inflation was coming. I literally told y'all it was coming. We need more individuals in the workforce because our job growth is outpacing the supply chain of individuals. Georgia Labor Commissioner Mark Butler previously told 11 Alive's Joe Ripley. The order also gives additional details for securing oversized permits and guidance on size, weights permitted for commercial vehicles. Okay. So that's interesting.
That's control.
Governor Kemp's state of emergency begins April 16th and will end 30 days later unless the state leader decides to renew the order. All right, family. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. So that's Atlanta. That's off of your local 11 Alive. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Well, I mean, they know how long they're going to keep it on. So, it's a fake thing because they say it's 30 days. They give me 30 days already that you're not going to have anything. So, I mean, it's all probably fake, like everything. Like in California, they have us at $5.59 a gallon for premium for me, the 91. And it dropped down 10 cents because it was $5.69. So they regulate everything because they're trying to control everything.
I'd say they're more trying to take your cash, any cash that you would have normally to spend on your lavish lifestyle, whatever the case is. They want to siphon it out, basically. That's how I look at it. They increase the prices, things cost more, you get less, and now you don't have your expenditure to enjoy your life with. It's now only able for you to live on.
That's why they do the stimuluses, so they can make you, think you got something and then pull a rug out from under you.
Yeah.
Well, it's called crashing the economy and resetting it.
Yeah.
Because I already told y'all that inflation was coming, and that wasn't nothing to me being from the universe. None of that. It was just simple economics that inflation was coming based on the way the Fed was loaning money to the government and the free flowing of the money and the crazy spending everyone was doing. I knew that they were going to reverse it and start raising interest rates, and inflation was coming.
800 million more to Ukraine.
So I told you all it was coming. I told you why it was coming, because this will be the last draw to crash the economy, and it will be worldwide, because they are going to stand up that digital currency system.
Yeah, I heard it out of their mouth. That's what it is. We are going.
It's not when, and I told y'all that too. And I remember all the people that talk shit. You would never admit you talk shit, but I remember well. Those of you with even halfway decent platforms, you talked shit about that cryptocurrency, and I told y'all that shit was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some of you same fucking hypocrites call yourself teaching cryptocurrency, and I find that fucking laughable.
Yeah.
Because you like 4 years late to the party. But nevertheless, I'm going to sit that on the fuck aside. But I told y'all that was coming.
Yeah.
And now it ain't even underground, because Biden didn't even sign something up in law saying, giving the public disclosure for the Treasury and them to get busy implementing that digital dollar.
Ratified into law.
Although those that follow the crypto space we saw where they had the digital dollar and the central bank digital currency.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about this inflation. Inflation is the reason why you all's the gas pump and the gas also with this Russia stuff and all of this is planned because not only are they going to reset the currency, they're going to reset how energy is derived on the planet. So leaving from petrol, so because remember the dollar, which is the world reserve currency, its nickname is what?
Petrodollar.
Petro. So meaning oil and the dollar are kind of tethered together. So if you are crashing the dollar, you're going to crash oil. That's why crypto is coming in place to replace the dollar. For the oil situation, you're going to have the electric cars. Now, make no mistake, the reasoning behind this is the switching of the frequency. It is called currency for that reason. It carries a certain frequency. So all of that energy that dollar carries, that shit is over with. So their answer to, quote, quote, keep up with the planet's natural shift in frequency, which is a higher frequency, is to come up with this digital stuff. Okay? So let's talk about, just real quick, let me share this screen again. Let's talk about inflation. Okay. And if you joining us, sorry, Brother Odel's not going to be here tonight. He needs to get some rest. So he'll be back next week. And actually this Sunday, he and I will be joining the autonomous party. I think they start at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So we'll be sitting in on that panel, and Brother Lee Cummings will join us as well. Okay, so I'll put that information once they put out the promo. I'll put it out on the YouTube community wall. So I'm looking forward to that as well. So, okay, so let's see. They're talking about U.S. inflation jumped 7.5% in the past year, a 40-year high. So let's see what they're talking about.
More evidence today of what many of you already know. Prices on everyday essentials are soaring.
Inflation rose 7.5% in January from the previous year, exceeding December's 40-year high. The worst spikes coming in food, energy, and housing. Economists largely blame pandemic forces of increased demand and supply chain disruptions. Republicans blame Democrat-led spending bills for pumping too much money into the economy. And today, moderate Senate Democrat Joe Manchin dug in against more federal spending through the sidelined Build Back Better Act.
We have inflation, and we have basically an economy that's on fire. You don't throw more fuel on the fire.
President Biden speaking in Virginia today, insisting his plans will ease inflation. In a statement today, he says his administration is using every tool at its disposal.
All right, child. So again, to reiterate, it's not like I knew that information out of some osmosis. It's just basic economics. It was because of the way they were spending money, meaning borrowing money from the feds. Y'all know all of them stimulus checks, that PPP loan, that keep approving a budget when they were going to do the government shutdowns, all of that. And the Fed purposely keeping the interest rates so low that it made money, quote, quote, cheaper. So companies borrowed more, they spent more, and so did consumers. They borrowed more, they spent more. That causes inflation at the end. And just like on schedule, just like they did in 2007, 2008, the Feds rose interest rates and that shit crashed.
Yeah.
And that was worldwide. And, housing was leading that particular crash. And they had to step in and bail it out. Okay, this time it's going to be different. Because when it crashed this time, they're going to be standing up the digital currency. It's coming. They done already told you within the next 2 years, it's coming. Okay? But make no mistake about it, the spiritual component to that is them trying to keep up with the actual vibration of planet Earth, speeding up, the vibration getting higher. And they still want the control over the realm. All right? So, that's what that's about. So, with that said, dang, I knew that was a lot, y'all. I've been holding that stuff for a couple weeks. So, I don't know, Son Scotty and Nisi Pooh, I know y'all had some information we said we were going to save for this week. Are y'all ready to do that? How y'all want to do it?
Yeah, I still got the article that Brother Sean had wanted to read.
Yeah.
I don't know if Sis is on the Zoom. I don't know if she want to do that one. Because it was 2 articles, one about Indians and commerce, and then another one about the American Indians and the Constitution. And that's the one she wanted to get into.
Okay. I don't see her in there. She was in the queue. Nisi Pooh, what do you want to do? Son Scotty trying to take your cue.
Yeah, because she was like, we needed to read them together. Because they went together.
Yeah. So how about we do it this way? Why don't we start with yours? I think that's the article Brother Sean wanted you to read, and then we'll see if she come back in and she want to go over her stuff. So, Did you want to share your screen? Let me get you. It's up to you. You don't have to, but.
Yeah, I have it up here. I can
okay.
It's on. Let's see.
Oh, shit.
Okay. All right. So give me a sec. Let me share the screen with the fam. Where are we at? Where's the Zoom? Okay. All righty. We're ready.
Okay, it's on there?
Yeah, I'm trying to refresh my screen because it's a delay from when we do it than when it show up on YouTube. Let me make sure.
It's nothing on my side yet. You're still you've now switched over. You can
okay, yep, I see it. You're good.
Okay. Then I'll be like, hold on, which screen is this? Is this my screen? Okay, all right. All right, y'all see it now? Commerce with the Indian tribes.
Yeah.
Okay. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3. The Congress shall have power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with Indian tribes. So I guess this is like an annotation because it's a U.S. Constitution annotated. So they made a little adjustment to it, or I don't know. So Congress's power to regulate commerce with the Indian tribes, once almost rendered superfluous by court decision, has now been resurrected and made largely the basis for informing judicial judgment with respect to controversies concerning the rights and obligations of Native Americans. Although Congress in 1871 forbade the further making of treaties with Native American tribes, cases disputing the application of the old treaties and especially their effects upon attempted state taxation and regulation of on-reservation activities continue to be a staple of the court's docket. Interesting.
I know, right? I'm like, okay, where this going? Break it down, son, Scotty.
Because I mean, just this part, like, Congress already forbade making the treaties,
exactly.
But they steady coming up with court cases about the application. I guess it's going back and forth between what the states have control over on this land and what the feds have control, and then how they supposed to be like, you know, autonomous. But then it's all these layers on layers, which go back to them shell corporations. Well, you autonomous on this state land and within this government, federal land. So are y'all really autonomous?
No.
Yeah, that's the way I read it, but I just wanted to make sure I was comprehending properly.
It was like that one case where the guy killed somebody and they wanted to prosecute him on the state level. And he was on the tribal land when that happened. Remember?
Yeah.
And that was a big issue of how much the tribes have regulation, or does the government have the regulation?
But again, and I hear you, and I remember that because the man was clearly melanated. Aren't we talking about the same case?
Yeah.
Okay, because I ain't want to lie upon nobody. But that's what I was scratching my head. I'm like, but if he on the reservation, I thought that they were their own nation and that they had sovereignty.
Right. And that's what they were arguing about. That's exactly what they were arguing about.
Okay. So going forward, but this clause is one of the two bases now found sufficient to empower federal government authority over Native Americans. The source of federal authority over Indian matters has been the subject of some confusion, but it is now generally recognized that the power derives from the federal responsibility for regulating commerce with Indian tribes and for treaty making. So to make that money, usurps everything.
So
pretty much that's what they saying.
Murder is a commerce for them. They make money off of you when you murder somebody.
That's why Biden was giving out all that money to the states if they was locking people up, giving them federal money at the state level to lock motherfuckers up.
Yeah.
So, okay.
That's could be cute.
Oh, what you about to say? The trust?
Yeah, I think the says give you. I'm hearing Brother Odel in my ear.
I know. You know, if he wasn't asleep, he would have been like, trust, brother. Yeah.
I can just hear it go. Go ahead, though.
So they're getting the right to their bonds. That's what they're doing right here. Is the right to attack.
But if you own that reservation, you ain't supposed to have that BC no way.
That's right. That's right.
But isn't the reservations for those people that just identify as Native Indians, but like we're supposed to really be on the land? The reserve is for a group of people. Am I mistaken?
What you mean by identify as?
Because because up here we have the Native Indians. They're the ones that more have the reserves. So I always saw that people that were on the reserves were people that had the agreement with the government.
Yeah, same thing here, except they call them roles here.
Okay, right, exactly. So I look at those people as the protected ones, and they've made their deal with the government.
Yeah, you're right. Same here, but my thing is they're claiming that they're their own sovereign nation. So
yeah, I think they have it similar to here. Yeah.
So we'd like, so how you gonna say they sovereign, but then you gonna bust up and say, but when I feel like coming up in there regulating, that's what the hell I'm gonna do.
And then they have to live their life through the federal regulations. We have what's called a ban list. Basically, the queen has said if you're on her ban list, that she will treat you a certain way. Basically, she'll give you that protection.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they talking about reservation living folks.
Yeah.
And they're saying their reservation don't preclude them from commerce or federal regulation.
That's what it said. Are we reading that right, son Scotty? Are we comprehending that properly?
So
Exactly, properly. I mean, they literally say federal responsibility. So it's like not even like responsibility sound like they take it personal. Like it's our personal like obligation to regulate the commerce and the treaty making.
Yeah.
They have that money.
Like they're a child,
We
basically.
are personally invested in this. We have to make sure that things are regulating. You know, that word regulating is very broad. Like, what does that mean? Regulating the commerce? Because I don't know. I ain't really seen the latest up to date on them reservations and everything, but I ain't been hearing nothing good about them. Y'all still be taking their land, trying to run up through there, all in, you know, like not they health care don't be on point. Be a lot of drugs and all that kind of stuff. Like health care be a big thing, like mental health. Like, so the commerce, what are y'all regulating, and what's underneath that commerce?
Right. Shirley Andrews, shout out to her. Woo, she dropped some nice little comments in the chat. She said, my families are Indian descendants from the Ashkenazi, and we never called ourselves Indians. Those labels come from the hybrid Europeans. And it's interesting because Nisi Poo shared with us a couple weeks ago that somebody has patented the name Indian, patent African American. I'm not sure if Native American was patent also. So she said, also, Native Americans and American Indians are two entirely different groups of people. Exactly. Agreed. The people on the reservations are not indigenous. Agreed. And are wards of the federal government.
Facts.
And
That
our
part.
wards of the federal government. Facts us. And this is once again proving it.
Yeah. Once you go on
Right.
that
So
list,
it's a lot of double talk. You can't be sovereign and be wards of a fucking state government
Exactly.
and have people taking responsibility over regulating your commerce and your, I don't know, treaties. Like they supposed to not be making treaties no more, but whatever.
Exactly.
Whatever paperwork, whatever deals y'all signing, they regulating that shit.
right.
So it says the people mislabeled American Indians have not lived on reservations. The people mislabeled American Indians have not lived on reservations. The people killed in the Black Wall Street of America, of American, were my relatives.
Right.
Yeah, and then you got brother Traveling Bear, Christopher. He be saying, you know, the urban reservations, all these projects that they set up when they was running people off their land and sending them to the
I've
city.
been saying that. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
that's
facts.
very similar.
Yeah, facts.
Well, you know,
Absolutely. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Those Native Americans are U.S. citizens by agreement, and they have to register to vote. So they fall under the 14th Amendment.
I need somebody to live on the reservations too.
And they get tax exemptions as First Nations and shit.
Yeah,
they show
I want somebody to verify they live on the reservation that they have to register to vote. But if y'all notice, when did they say they stopped making the treaties? Or the treaties not 1871. So when y'all digging back in your family's records on them census, I told y'all to cross-reference with the Indian rolls. And you're going to see a lot of hijacking going on. And it's right around that 1850, 1870 time period. I can't remember specifically
1871.
Which one? But during that time period, the hijacking was going on. So it's interesting that around that time, they're talking about they not doing no treaties no more.
Well, they closed the Dawes Rolls out in 1910.
Yeah, but I can only speak. Well, let me correct that. I can only speak from my experience just by looking at my family records and busting them, doing some switcherooing.
Yeah, they did. They had Europeans.
Oh, somebody dropped the link to Nisi Poo.
Working on it.
Okay, thanks.
The Europeans were registering, and they had guns and everything to prevent melanated people from registering. They ran them off of those dolls rolls, by threat.
Oh, well, we know that. And yeah, that's not surprising, rather.
Yeah, and then the Europeans got it for $10. Because I studied a lot of that stuff already.
Yeah.
And so, because in 1871, that's when the United States Constitution was absurded to this new Constitution they have. And because they borrowed from China and Saudi Arabia, because they were broke.
Mm-hmm.
The United States did. They had that all on the Patriots channel. When I was listening to them, they were talking about it. They were telling it.
All right. Okay, we ready, son Scotty.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you good, sis. I think you was forsaking.
Okay, yes. Forsaking reliance upon other theories and rationales, the court has established the preemption doctrine as the analytical framework within which to judge the permissibility of assertions of state jurisdiction over Native Americans. However, the semi-autonomous status of Native tribes erects an independent but related barrier to the exercise of state authority over commercial activity on a reservation. Okay. So that sounds like to me like they gonna trump them. The feds gonna trump whatever the state is got, even though that's
what it sounds like to me too.
Yeah.
Because I think that's what a preemption doctrine is, something like that. Like the higher law overtakes the lower law when they come into conflict.
But y'all peeping where it's literally saying of state jurisdiction over Native Americans.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because they semi-autonomous.
Right. Independent but related barrier.
Yeah.
So how's that sovereignty? What am I missing in that picture?
Yeah.
I'll say it's how they get the land. You're sovereign to say you can have ownership of the land, but you're going to be governed by us because we want to govern.
I think
that's still ain't sovereignty. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I know it's not.
I think they just sovereign in the word of it because they're gonna say
they're just throwing around words at this point.
This is what we actually mean when we say they are sovereign, semi-autonomous, independent but related. Like, okay.
No, that's not what sovereignty means. But okay.
Didn't they put them people in the Dakotas in jail when they were trying to drill that pipeline up there?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
They put them in jail because that's their so-called land. Remember that?
Right. But so that lets you know that really ain't their land, and it also lets you know that they're not sovereign, right?
That's right.
All of those.
Okay, then. I'm sorry, Nisi Poo. Go ahead.
I wanted to correct something I had put in the chat, but it's going along with what y'all talking about. So if you look at the history of the Department of the Interior, because we often, overlook that department. In 1789, Congress created 3 executive departments. Foreign Affairs, later in the same year renamed State. So when they're talking about state, they're talking about foreign affairs. The other 2 departments are the Treasury and the War Department. It also provided for an Attorney General and a Postmaster General. Mm-hmm. Domestic matters were portioned by Congress among these departments. And so it says, why was the U.S. Department of the Interior created? The idea of setting up a separate department to handle domestic matters was put forward on numerous occasions. It wasn't until March 3rd, 1849, the last day of the 30th Congress, that a bill was passed to create the Department of the Interior to take charge of the nation's internal affairs. So we always talk about, you know, the United States, they regulate commerce, but they also have this interior department that regulates, you know, on an internal level, kind of like public and private.
That makes sense.
So the Interior Department had a wide range of responsibilities entrusted to it: the construction of the national capital's water system, the colonization of freed slaves, exploration of Western wilderness, oversight of the District of Columbia Jail, regulation of territorial governments, management of hospitals and universities, management of public parks, and the basic responsibilities for Indians, public lands, patents, and pensions. In one way or another, all of these had to do with the internal development of the nation or the welfare of its people. And the first Secretary of the Interior, his name was Thomas Ewing. So in 1849, creation of the Home Department consolidating the General Land Office, and they got in quotation marks, in parentheses, Department of the Treasury.
Whoa.
So the Land Office was the Department of the Treasury. The Patent Office is the Department of State. And the Indian Affairs Office is the War Department.
Oh, we are prisoners.
Baby, what year you said? You said 1849?
Yeah, if y'all want me to share my screen, because I know how folks be like, where'd she get that from? I don't want to see it. I do not mind sharing my screen because I think I know how to do it.
Actually, we are.
Okay, yeah, share, son Scotty. We're going to get back into this. I'm glad you popped in and clarified what states, what they were talking about. Ciao. And yes, I agree. As Nisi Poo trying to bring up her screen, Shirley Andrews says they don't own the land. No one owns land in North America. And Shirley says again, the true government was overthrown in 1861. Nothing has been done by the government, and none of the laws passed since then are lawful. Abraham Lincoln was the last true president of the United States Republic. Okay,
and then I also want to add in there too that now we might be hearing instead of the Department of War, the Department of Defense, and how many programs and organizations underneath that Department of Defense, all of your telecommunications companies, all of your internet service providers, all of the ways in which they control the frequencies of communication basically fall up underneath the Department of Defense. Right. Even all your tech companies be under the Department of Defense.
So one of the so let me pick back up real quick on this. 1849, like I said, creation of the Home Department consolidating the General Land Office. Y'all see the parentheses, Department of the Treasury. The Patent Office, Department of State. The Indian Affairs Office, the War Department. And the Military Pension Offices, War and Navy Departments. Subsequently, interior functions expand to include the census, regulation of territory governments, exploration of the Western wilderness, and management of the District of Columbia jail and water system. And then they have another timeline. So after all of that was set up, then that's when they started doing some more stuff. They had the Mexican Boundary Commission establishes the international boundary with Mexico. 1856, 1873, the Pacific Wagon Road Office. I don't know what that is, but talking about historic Western immigrant roots. This one was interesting to me. 1869, Interior began its geological survey of the Western Territories with the Hayden Expedition. The Bureau of Education is placed under Interior, later transferred to the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. So when they talk about those schools, I think you had just did a bill.
Yep.
You referenced those boarding schools.
Yep.
I'm curious to see the timeline, because it looks like that the the Department of the Interior had something to do with
Well,
those
that
schools.
was, and I could tell you when it was. That was like 1886, 87. So your timeline down there, 1887, 1880. It was during that time. So this is right on par. They had already planned out with the education and how they were going to make the quote quote Indians go to their schools.
You got also in 87 to 89, the Dawes Act authorizes allotments to Indians. The Bureau of Reclamation established to construct dams and aqueducts in the West. 1910, this was interesting. The Bureau of Mines is created to promote mine safety and minerals technology. President Wilson signed legislation creating the National Park Service. All of this is done. The point that I'm making, all of this is done within the Department of Interior. 1925, while everybody talking about these damn land patents, the patent office is transferred to the Department of Commerce.
Child, so before you go on, there's so much in this. Thank you for bringing this forward. Y'all know the reason they did the nationalization of the parks, because they're telling you in the next act with the minerals, because they know in those parks, number one, they know what those mountains really are. They're the ancient trees with all of those powerful minerals and all of that, the technology. So that's why all of that, they wanted to make sure it came under their quote, quote, jurisdiction.
And you also got 1930, the Bureau of Pensions is transferred to the Veterans Administration. Now, how come you have these, what you call VA-backed loans, Veterans Administration-backed loans on your property, is because the Department of Interior regulates all of that. And it has nothing to do with the Congress as we think it. It's done on the inside. It's an internal thing dealing with the land. Interior's General Land Office and Grazing Service are merged into the Bureau of Land Management. So basically, what they do is they manage all the leases. So if you're a company, say you're XYZ gas company, you have to go through the Bureau of Land Management and get a lease from them before you can even start doing anything on the land concerning fracking or, running gas lines or anything for a profit. So everything is done on these internal departments that a lot of people are not even aware of, is my point.
So roll back down for a minute, because they said on this one that the Indian Reorganization Act right there, you can stop. The Indian Reorganization Act abolishes the allotment system established in 1887, forms tribal governments, and affirms the secretary's what responsibility? Trust. Responsibility. Oversight of Alaska, Hawaii, the Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico is transferred to the Interior.
Remember you read that list of all the millionaires and billionaires that owned the land and harvest the timbers and things, remember?
They own the title to the land, but they don't
own the land.
Because you still have eminent domain. So at any given time, the state, which we know is an internal department, can just come along and say, oh, you guys got to go now.
Yeah.
But they do own their titles. They own the title to it. And that the title is a piece of paper that says that you have the right to occupy this property. And you also have the right to pass it on to your heirs. But we also know what happened before with these titles, also known as land patents, that also said heirs on it. They moved people off their land whenever they wanted to. So if they don't acknowledge their titles, you know, what good is it really?
Exactly. So in other words, you're right. If they're not honoring what they say that the title is really worth, what difference does it make? Because at the end of the day, they're never gonna publicly come out and say, like sis in the chat, Shirley Andrews said, that don't nobody own no land, like Brother Odell. Shout out to him. I hope he's getting some rest. Ben done told us don't nobody own no land because they are rolling everything up under that trust, which goes up to the Vatican.
Right.
Now I have read something before. I'm gonna try to find it real quick where it said the Secretary Halen actually has more power than the excuse me. Let me find it real quick.
Y'all phones. Okay, you want the son Scotty to do his stuff, or you gonna pull it up?
I was supposed to read something that Uncle Sean sent.
Oh, okay. All right. So let son Scotty do his thing, because you're making me nervous, because you know your phone and stuff is showing on the screen, and that's making.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
That's making my nerves bad. I'm like, I don't want your stuff to be shown like that. My nerves is getting bad. So, here come Brother Odell. I told him to get some rest. Oh shit! I told him to get some rest. Here he come. He didn't heard trust in land, and he didn't probably rolled over in the bed with the phone up to his ear. Let me go on and let him up in here. I told you to get some rest, but here we go, child. Here he come joining.
You know the trust. They're in trust to who? Because the Vatican is the trustee, right? And they have a right to do whatever they want with it, right?
All right, Brother Odell, you can unmute. Let me unmute you. You can unmute. You should be unmuted. Okay. Hey, Brother Odell, welcome. Oh, now they done muted the man again. Remember, we crashed last week when he was trying to come on.
Last week.
Okay, I got it pulled up.
Okay, go ahead, show your screen. All right, Brother Odell, when you ready, just unmute yourself.
Okay. I'm sorry, y'all.
Okay, yeah,
I just had it pulled.
Nervous with that phone.
I just had it pulled up. Where did it go?
You know, my nerves get bad. Let me block you out until you get it together. All right, Brother Odell, come on and say what. Oh, he just dropped back off.
Why and sis came off. She dropped off too.
Child, what in the hell? All right, son Scotty, just go on and put your stuff back up. Child.
Oh, I should have known it. But you know, the Vatican is holding our trust, right, of these tribes, right? So they really operate the trust and spend the money any way they want for their benefit, can name it in the benefit of the trust. That's how they're doing it.
I mean, yeah. Essentially, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Okay, let me pull that back up, son Scotty, and then for the fam. Okay, here come Brother Odell again. Let me admit him again. Child. See, we be just trying to mind our business over here, over chair.
They don't like you to tell me.
Okay, so you can unmute whenever you want to, Brother Odell. So you put something on it whenever you ready. All right, son Scotty, let me see. You should be displaying.
It's on there.
Let me see. I got to refresh my screen. Oh, Nisi Pooh, they didn't kick you out. You was making me nervous with your phone displaying. Oh, that's the link. Okay. Can somebody grab that link?
There it is. Oh yeah, I got this link up already.
Okay. Well, son Scotty got it.
That's what Brother Sean wanted us to read.
Okay, cool. All right, son Scotty. So you go ahead on with your continuing reading, and then Brother Odel, when you're ready, just unmute yourself and kick something in, because I know you ain't gonna be able to get through this without without putting something on it. We called you. You heard us talk about it. We knew it was coming. All right, son Scotty, we ready.
Okay. Further, the court has clarified that states have no authority to reduce federal reservations lying within their borders. Thus, the question of preemption is not governed by the standards of preemption developed in other areas. Instead, the traditional notions of tribal sovereignty and the recognition and encouragement of this sovereignty in congressional acts promoting tribal independence and economic development inform the preemption analysis that governs this inquiry. As a result, ambiguities in federal law should be construed generously, and federal preemption is not limited to those situations where Congress has explicitly announced an intention to preempt state activity.
Well, the problem with this is it's an act. An act is not a law. So, that could be challenged too, I mean, if they want to make a law, they could do that, but an act, it's not a law. Mulberry versus Madison, 1883, I think it is, would challenge acts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we should understand why they ain't never challenged none of that, because they know that they are not the heirs of said land and resources.
Yeah, and acts and codes, the statutes, they ain't worth squat.
Right. We understand enter and overstand all that, but again, they never challenged any of this because they were not the rightful heirs. They struck a deal to be able to sit on that reservation.
Enjoy that money.
Exactly.
And have these two overreaching fucking nations or whatever. Basically, they talking about state and feds going back and forth. Yeah, well, I got an act for this. Well, I got a law for this. Well, I got an ordinance for this. Well, I got one for this. And basically, it's just like a big bank take little bank situation, and the feds is always going to win.
Not if they vote for Trump. If they take this to court,
they still gonna say go sit down and have several seats.
Yeah.
They not gonna take it to court, number one, and number two, if they did, they still gonna tell them to go have several seats because obviously they're under their jurisdiction. And Deep H2O says so. Basically, the federal government can supersede anything the state decides in the matter with great ambiguity.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Total control.
Yeah. And I think they're about to say that, so a corollary is that the preemption doctrine will not be applied strictly to prevent states from aiding Native Americans. However, the protection rule is inapplicable to state regulation of liquor transactions because there has been no tradition of tribal sovereignty with respect to that subject.
What?
You can stay drunk, just let us have the land, right? Is that what they're saying?
No, they're telling us they can't sell liquor without their permission.
No, so they can't be bootleggers either.
None of that.
But they're sovereign though, right?
Right.
And because this is the part again.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying this part, this little last part, because there has been no tradition of tribal sovereignty with respect to that subject. Y'all should have just ended the sentence right there. No tradition of tribal sovereignty, because y'all, every definition or instance y'all given is like, well, we rolling up to the state. Oh, well, the state is rolling up to the feds. Okay, so where's y'all sovereign at?
It's not
There's
there.
no tradition.
It's not there. And y'all already know that alcohol and tobacco,
It's commerce.
it's I can't speak for cigarettes.
And it's part of the indigenous, like they crops and what they was making.
Exactly.
So,
especially that tobacco. Now the alcohol we can say on the in the Caribbeans, but definitely the tobacco. But where I was going with that, with the alcohol, to this day, isn't alcohol, they got that federal seal on it.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
The feds, don't the feds control alcohol to this day?
Commerce, yeah.
Okay, now they farmed out the cigarettes to these tobacco companies, but the Fed, get they cut, you gonna run them their ends because they tax cigarettes, right? And they heavily tax cigarettes.
Yeah.
Child.
So they don't have anything if they sitting there. That's why they can't even buy houses. They can't build nothing. I saw on House Hunters, this Indian couple wanted to buy a house. And they never had a house. Nobody in their family ever had a house. And I thought that was kind of crazy. I thought you guys had more control of the land than that, but they couldn't even get a house.
Were they trying to get it on the reservation, or they were coming off the reservation trying to?
I think they were coming off the reservation trying to get one.
Oh, but you just saying, I thought you was living on the reservation. Why don't you have a house is what you're saying.
You have your houses on the reservations. I mean, that's your space, right?
Yeah,
so what
supposed to be.
Your house, huh?
Well, supposedly, they live bad on them reservations, y'all.
They didn't have the house.
Yeah.
They live bad on them reservations, so it's. I don't know if it's worse than the projects, but they probably running neck and neck. They live bad on them reservations.
Yeah, and like, I mean, from like stories I heard, because I done read some articles and I did a little play that was kind of about this, and was like, from the research that I did, especially the youth, they be wanting to get up off of there. It's basically like if you in the hood or in the projects or something like.
So the same thing.
And you want to get the fuck up out of there.
Ooh, so
and then it be like
I'm sorry,
small town. You know, when you go to like a small sleepy town and it be looking all quaint and stuff. And you start looking around, it's like, well, that looked like an old crackhead and he's strung out and this and that, because they be just tucked away, just doing drugs, and the healthcare system, the mental health, it be like very much similar to, you know, the conditions in the hood and in the ghettos, third world country type situations.
That's exactly what I heard.
And they, you know, disappear and all kinds of stuff on the reservation.
So, do y'all not understand why our ancestors didn't take that deal?
No, I don't.
You said you don't understand why they didn't take that deal?
No, I said I know.
Yeah. Child. Okay, son Scotty, we ready.
Okay, the scope of state taxing powers, the conflict of the plenary power of the states over residents within their borders with the semi-autonomous status of Indians living on tribal reservations has often been litigated. And plenary power just means having the power with no limitations, no restrictions. You can't tell me what I don't have power over.
So how's that sovereignty? What am I missing? All I keep hearing is we could do what the hell we want to do.
It's all a lie.
Child.
supersede this and that.
And they got to go along with it because they took the deal, they signed up and they consent with it. And they know themselves, damn, we is not autonomous. But, you know, because we took this deal and this is part of the deal, we saying we indigenous and we saying we native and we doing all this. We First Nations. So we got to go with the whole lie. And the whole lie is us lying to ourselves that we is autonomous and sovereign.
Damn. I've always, once I started putting this stuff together, I'm like, oh my goodness. They stepped on them reservations and they wind up cursing themselves and their generations. All right, I'm ready, son Scotty, when you ready.
Hey, let's sign up and prove that you who you are. Who wants all that, man?
Yeah, they don't know till it's too late. Absent cession of jurisdiction or other congressional consent, states possess no power to tax Indian reservation lands or Indian income from activities carried on within the borders of the reservation. Off-reservation Indian activities require an express federal exemption to deny state taxing power. Yeah, because when they be having to apply for that tax exemption, they got to prove all that paperwork because now you saying, okay, I'm exempt from this federal tax, but I'm underneath this state jurisdiction, but I'm also an autonomous nation. So that's just like paperwork on paperwork where it's like, y'all better make sure that shit line up.
Right. And do you all understand that they're basically saying your ass ain't supposed to be beyond this border of this reservation anyway, coming over here to make money. If you want to do commerce and business, you need to do that shit on your own area. So now do y'all understand why those reservations are so desolate? It was set up for them pretty much to live in poverty.
I wonder how they do these casinos, you know, because they...
Well, again, you got to look at who's over that stuff, and they don't look Indian to me.
No, they're not.
And those doing the casinos, number one, that's rare. And number two, those tribes that are getting that casino deal, they issue out who gets what. And now, so I've heard, that the rationing, they're starting to ration out who's getting the residuals from that casino. And it's getting smaller and smaller, the amount.
You're right, because there's a casino supposed to come not too far from my house in California. And I'm like, we're not the Indians, but I don't know how the money is going to be rationed out, but I understand that they ration it out to certain parts of their families.
Yeah, I was about to say, this sounds like the same banking family, shell corporation thing, like mob family, like it ain't no indigenous motherfuckers. It's the same entities and bloodlines setting up shop to siphon off the resources and money. And, you know, like my Ron be saying all the time, and it goes up and up and up to these shell corporations. And shit, the Vatican probably getting the dividends off that motherfucker.
Oh, you better believe they gonna run the Vatican. They're Indians.
You also got.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You also got to keep in mind those machines that are inside of those casinos. Where the machines come from? Because it's very heavily tech based. They not the old school where you just pull the handle and everything's mechanic now. No, right. They digitized. So those machines are more than likely coming from the country that everybody likes to call, what they call them, the Mongoloid people.
Right.
And they say, those are the so-called Native Americans. They're not even native. They come from Asia. Well, their machines are in those buildings. That's why they there. Think about it. Them machines is not made in America. And if you go to like one of these major casinos and just count the machines and then think about how much money they done invested into that building with just those machines. So I'm going to yield on that.
Whew.
That's a good point.
I
That's
mean,
a good ass point.
And again, you can go look at up the 5 civilized tribes and look up their chiefs. They don't look Indian to me. Literally, I put the Choctaw, that 5 civilized tribe name, not the Chata. Pulled up his picture, blue eyes all day long, not a drop of dark melanin in his skin. And then I pulled up a picture of Chief Warhorse. Shout out to Chief Warhorse, who is a Choctaw chiefess. And I put them pictures side by side. So the only ones that are benefiting, so even the Caucasian, because that's a Caucasian man, that's over the Choctaw Nation. That is a Caucasian man. He ain't even, Asian. Well, I guess he is Asian. He's not Mongoloid. Okay? That's how watered down they have gotten it. It's his people receiving the bulk of it, and then his boys them. I was told personally from someone that lives on the reservation what was going on. And this was years ago, how they were kicking people off the rolls because they didn't want to keep divvying up them ends. So I'm sorry, go ahead, son, Scotty.
Power. Okay. Subjugation to taxation of non-Indians doing business with Indians on the reservation involves a close analysis of the federal statutory framework. Although the operating premise was for many years to deny state power because its burdens upon the development of tribal self-sufficiency as promoted through federal law and its interference with the tribe's ability to exercise their sovereign functions. Okay.
I know, right?
That operating premise, however, seems to have been eroded. For example, in Cotton Petroleum Corp versus New Mexico, the court held that despite the existence of multiple taxation occasions by a state oil and gas severance tax applied to on-reservation operations by non-Indians, which was already taxed by the tribe, the impairment of tribal sovereignty was too indirect and too insubstantial to warrant a finding of preemption. The fact that the state provided significant services to the oil and gas lessees justified state taxation and also distinguished earlier cases in which the state had asserted no legitimate regulatory interest that might justify the tax. Still, further erosion or relaxation of the principle of construction may be found in a later case in which the court, confronted with arguments that the imposition of particular state taxes on Indian property on the reservation was inconsistent with self-determination and self-governance. Right, I'm like, yeah, y'all just explaining the contradictions. Y'all just explaining the contradictions.
Exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, self-governance denominated these as policy arguments properly presented to Congress rather than the court. The impact on tribal sovereignty is also a prime determinant of relative state and tribal regulatory authority. Since Worcester versus Georgia, the court has recognized that Indian tribes are unique aggregations possessing attributes of sovereignty,
not sovereignty, attributes. So I'm gonna give you pieces of that motherfucker.
Possessing attributes of sovereignty over both their members and their territory. There are, of course, no longer possessed of the full attributes, no longer possessed of the full attributes of sovereignty. So they made that sentence hard to say as fuck. But yeah, so right after saying they got some of the attributes, right? They no longer possess the full attributes.
Psych, our bag, you don't even really have that.
Having relinquished some part of it by their incorporation within.
Brother Odel, he probably still sleep. Get the fuck out of here. That's a wrap.
Right, that sentence. Having relinquished. You might as well take out the some part, because having relinquished by their incorporation
within their territory
of the United States and their acceptance of its protection.
That's a wrap. You're not sovereign.
By specific treaty provision, they yielded up their sovereign powers. And Congress has removed still others. The sovereignty that the Indian tribes retain is of a unique and limited character. Unique and limited, meaning non-existent.
Pretty much.
It exists only at the sufferance of Congress and is subject to complete deficiency. So basically, whatever Congress say is...
And that's not sovereignty. So why they keep mentioning sovereignty with all of this, but except this, it's like them saying a medicine for headaches might cause death, blindness, impotence. What the fuck?
You know what? You can keep it then. If it's going to come with all this other shit, you can keep it. I don't want it. But in this case, they did want it. They found out later what it really was. In a case of major import for the settlement of Indian land claims, the court ruled in County versus Oneida Indian Nation that an Indian tribe may obtain damages for wrongful possession of land conveyed in 1795 without the federal approval required by the Non-Intercourse Act.
So real quick, Shirley Andrews says they were never sovereign. And child, if that ain't obvious, I don't know how to help people. Only indigenous people can be sovereign. And so Deep H2O says, so now the feds flipped it and will no longer protect them against the state. Child. Okay, we ready, son, when you ready.
You know what? He used to say, Indians not taxed. Remember he used to say that all the time?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Indians not taxed, and come to find out, that ain't even the niggas. That's these niggas.
Yep.
See, even the dog.
We don't even get that privilege.
He just got
right.
The dog like,
the dog
that's
like,
some
that's
bullshit.
some
Woof woof. I missed the dog putting something on it. All right, we ready, son, Scotty.
The act reflected the accepted principle that extinguishment of the title to land by Native Americans required the consent of the United States and left intact a tribe's common law remedies to protect possessory rights. The court reiterated the accepted rule that enactments are construed liberally in favor of Native Americans and that Congress may abrogate Indian treaty rights or extinguish Aboriginal land title only if it does so clearly and unambiguously. Consequently, federal approval of land conveyance treaties containing references to earlier conveyances that had violated the Non-Intercourse Act did not constitute ratification of the invalid conveyances. Similarly, the court refused to apply the general rule for borrowing a state statute of limitations for the federal common law action. And it rejected the dissent's view that given the extraordinary passage of time, the doctrine of laches should have been applied to bar the claim. Although the power of Congress over Indian affairs is broad, it is not limitless. The court has promulgated a standard of review that defers to the legislative judgment as long as the special treatment can be tied rationally to the fulfillment of Congress's unique obligation toward Indians. As long as the special treatment can be tied rationally to the
So what the fuck they feel like, basically.
Right. And as long as they can say it in some flowery language that sounds legit, then it's a go. A more searching review is warranted when it is alleged that federal government's behavior toward Native Americans has been in contravention of its obligation, that it has in fact taken property from a tribe which it had hitherto guaranteed to the tribe without either compensating the tribe or otherwise giving members the full value of the land. So they just raped you back and through, and you signed the papers, and they was like, you signed the shit, you better take it.
You know what they're...
And the sad part about this, I'm sorry, Sandra, the sad part about this, you have a lot of Native Americans windmilling on the indigenous people of the Americas, talking about some we from Africa, and proud that they're federally recognized, and this is the shit that your people are under?
Well, you know what?
That part, that whole part.
Yeah, but it also gives the federal government leeway to take the land, and when they are absolutely having to, give it to the right person. And those Native Americans can't say anything about it, because if they go under common law, common law is the recognition of the fact that you know who you are.
Well, common law, okay, Brother Odel, you can unmute yourself when you ready. Common law don't mean a goddamn thing as an indigenous person either.
Not for them at all. But
let me restate that. Common law don't mean a goddamn thing to me. Because even if I go under common law, I'm still under their jurisdiction.
Not now. What I'm saying is that when they have to return the land to us, it protects the federal government from being sued for, all the things they have taken from the natural people. So what they're doing is already kind of like taking the land back from them. That's what I hear.
What, the reservations that they're on? Because that's the only thing. This is only covering the reservation.
I know it.
This ain't covering everything else.
No, I know, but the reservational lands, it sounds like the federal government is taking it from these so-called Native Americans. And they're not giving them any compensation for taking it.
That last line, that's what they're saying. We'll come in there and take it and do what we want to. Hence why they lock their ass up over that pipeline stuff.
Exactly. And they're not obviously recognizing them as the indigenous people.
That part, Sis Sandra. Yeah. And when that pipeline stuff came out, that's exactly what I said. I'm like, y'all are literally swinging on the indigenous people of the Americas, aka Black folk, and yet you're swinging on us because you're saying the federal government recognizes you as a federal tribe, but you're not seeing the other part of that coin of what a fucked up shitty deal.
Yeah.
Your people are under. You're not seeing the side of the coin that they control every aspect of your life. You're not seeing the side of the coin that you don't own shit.
And this critical race theory stuff comes under this too, because Biden is trying to push the critical race theory. And if they tell the truth on this critical race stuff, they know who's really the real people.
Right. Because then if people want to be recognized by the government so much as being an Indian or indigenous or of the land, this right here is going to set the precedent for how you're...
That's always been my issue. Now, I didn't know all of this detail, but I just use common sense. And if I know the conditions of the reservation are like the conditions of the hood... I'm getting fucking recognized for what?
Yeah, exactly.
It never made any sense to me. Now, I ain't trying to knock somebody that want to do it. If that's what you want to do it, do you, boo. I'm just saying for me, it never made sense based on the conditions that I see them on those reservations, and we're reading through it. They don't have sovereignty.
No, they don't. And they don't own the land. The federal government pretty much says we own it. We can do what we want with it. And so when we talk to these, Biden is trying to restore the land to the indigenous people. Remember that there's what they're saying in this critical race theory they're trying to put out here. And they're saying the Mexicans coming up from the border are the indigenous people. That's what they're saying. And why they're coming in free fall, you know.
Right, so they can just put them on reservations? Because that's essentially what they did the first time.
Yeah, exactly.
So Open Your Eyes says the reservations are not the unincorporated nations of indigenous.
No, the whole daggum thing.
Well... If Son Scotty scroll back up, it said that they incorporated part of their own reservations. So that's a straight rap. This particular thing pretty much outlines that they're not sovereign.
Right. They're stripping them.
They don't own no land. When they come on there and want to not only tell them what to do, as a matter of fact, they couldn't even do commerce on their own damn land because they said that the little oil and gas people was doing commerce on the land and the Indians were taxing them. And then the state stepped in and said, where my cut? Where they do that at?
Yeah.
One thing I can say...
I'm sorry, go
ahead, Auntie. I was going to say, one thing I can say from observation and talking to some of the people on the reservation close to where I'm at, they said that the state police and the local city police and stuff, they don't come on their property.
Yeah,
only the feds come, and they have the ability to set up their own
yes, they
police.
do.
So they have, like, you'll see, like if you drive through Navajo, you'll see their tribal police cars and things of that nature. But the feds can go on their land. Yeah. So they're under federal jurisdiction for sure. Yeah. They're definitely not sovereign.
That's right.
Exactly.
Anything they want with that land when it's all said and done.
And so Shirley Andrews said Native Americans are not indigenous, but they were allowed to sign up to get the land in place of the true indigenous people after the war. Absolutely. That's why I told y'all, when you're doing your genealogy and you're checking them census records, go to those Indian rolls by the state where your people were in around that time frame. And you're going to see the switching out. You're going to be like, okay, my folks on this census, it says black. Some cases it say mulatto. Some cases it may say white. I didn't find none of that in my people, but I'm just saying what other people have said. You look at the census. I'm sorry, not the census. You look at the Indian rolls. You gonna see your people from that time frame. Yep, that go great grandpa check.
Yep.
There go, in my case, they didn't do my granny. They took great grandpa and the son. Because you know them in the fuckery with men owning land and women not. So they were on those Indian rolls. Next thing I know, they're on there as white. Well, how we black on the motherfucking census, but we white on the Indian rolls, and then I see those are the people that went to Oklahoma. So I'm telling y'all, cross-reference those records. And who's to say? Our people probably didn't even know nothing about no Indian rolls, none of that shit. Folks just started taking identities, paying that $5 and getting on that shit. So, yeah, all of that part. But they got a shitty deal. They literally got a shitty deal. I don't see any type of sovereignty in this whatsoever. And they have been regulated to the ghetto. And they have gatekeepers and overseers as their tribal leaders who sit up at the top and get the payoffs. And why the Native American community don't see this is just beyond me. Why they don't see this, it's beyond me. And they're not understanding you've cursed yourself. You entered into a deal usurping identity. Well, your ancestors did, not you personally.
It comes back on you, though.
They done sweetened the deal for them now, Auntie, because now in the Department of the Interior, they have an office of special trustee where they can fill out a 2-page form, or they can call it in, and they can get a debit card and get paid directly from the Treasury. So they and this is something that's new. So they trying to sweeten the deal for those, but a lot of them don't even know about it.
That doesn't surprise me.
So they got a little internal stimulus check straight to the debit card.
Yes, sir. Because you know the like I said before, the Department of the Interior, the Treasury is under the Department of the Interior, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs is one of those departments that's under them as well. So they basically created a deal with the Department of with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the federal Treasury to basically give those federally recognized people access with a debit card.
Well, that sounds right in line too, because you know they still got to keep going on all fronts of they reset. So they like, okay, we got to keep having these people being the indigenous ones and they call themselves sovereign, but we also need to flip this, whole financial monetary thing.
Exactly.
So the paperwork got to go digital. So yeah,
exactly.
Just like when they hit us with the stimulus in the census. Fucking Corona messed that up though, because I was like, oh, what happened to the census? Y'all ain't gonna do it? Y'all ain't gonna do it?
They did it though. They did the census.
Yeah, they did. Shut up my house.
It wasn't like how they normally do the census.
No, they didn't. But they did do it though.
Just before the election.
Yep, they did do it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, because I remember that, because I remember people were saying, I'm not doing it, I'm not participating. I'm like, I'm showing the fuck doing it. So I could be gone up out of this bitch and they could look it up. Motherfucker, you a goddamn lie. My auntie said, we're blah, 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 blah. I sure in the fuck did do it. Because if my ancestors didn't do it, I wouldn't have been able to prove who we are. Sholin the fuck did. Yeah.
I was in the early 1900s when we came off the gold standard. Y'all, what year was that when they came off the gold standard?
What's that 33?
It was under Nixon.
Oh yeah, it was 33 was the crashing. It was 70 something.
Some tell me 33, but I can't really verify. But I want to say 30.
So according to one of the representatives, from the Bureau of Land Management, he told me that when they came off the gold standard, what they did was they used the gold in the ground via the land through the Bureau of Land Management as the new gold standard.
Child, wait a minute. Let me. Oh, child.
So gold that they haven't even ordered yet, or already taken over.
Exactly. So instead of it being the gold standard, it now became the land standard because the gold inside the land. Yes, sir.
Yeah, one in the same.
Yeah.
It says that FDR takes the U.S. state off gold standard in 1933.
Yeah, that's right. Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
You supposed to be
That's
straight.
right.
I
can't sleep. I couldn't sleep.
I was passing him the ball when I said that. I was hoping he was going to come low.
It was Nephew Nuwa was like, just like Brother Odel said, trust. I can hear him now. Go ahead, brother. We turning it over to you.
You can cover. I'm ready, but I'll let you finish up, and then I'm just gonna drop about 4 bombs, and then there'll be no issue with no argument or no excuses, and then I'm gonna email you in real time. But go ahead.
No, I was done. I just want to say that just cross-reference of when we came off of the gold standard. It was definitely in 33.
Yes, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And the bank holiday,
Exactly. They put a run on them
and they're transferring the gold where? Over to here.
That's the picture of that queen. So disrespectful.
Back for the City of London Corporation. And this is all to do with the Treaty of Versailles, the First World War, when Germany couldn't have a standing army, because when they did it all, they messed it all up. And they decided, and it goes back to what Woodrow Wilson did off Jekyll Island, when they went, when they set up the Federal Reserve, and it was all with the Vatican.
Reserve. Yep.
Yeah, when they set the Reserve, and the Vatican's was in the background. It's all got to do with what you cited, sister. War of 1812 and the War of, and I put the links, the stuff I put in our private chat. I've got stuff in our private chat, the botanica.com with the War of 1783. It's all to do with what was happening back then with all the War of 1812. So I'll go and drop the first set of bombs in regards to this ridiculous stuff we're dealing with right now.
Let me know if you want me to pull it up, which one you want, or it's up to you.
I've got my screen.
Okay, you should be able to share whenever you
YouTube, because obviously for the family that are in there. So we'll make sure that the family get it in there for the family on
Got it. You're just sharing your sources. Got it, brother.
Yeah. Just okay. Won't take long.
So yeah, you should be able to share whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm just gonna go on and just make this thing off real quick. So we'll just deal with this.
I really wanted you to get some rest, but
I couldn't do myself much. We'll just say this. We'll just start this one off. I think I'll go to the Crown. I think I'll go here. So we're on the UK's official Crown website. So I'm using proper sources now, which I'll send a link to shortly. Okay, so let's look at this.
Hold on a second. Let me get it for the fam. Okay, let me see. Come on, YouTube.
That's when Roosevelt stole all the gold from the people.
Right. Trade in your gold for dollar bills.
They went to prison. They went to prison if they found them with gold.
Yeah.
Okay, we ready. We ready, brother.
All right. So we're using the Crown's actual website. So I'll just provide my evidence. So it's the Crown's actual website, the UK.gov, which is actually the Crown. So let's use my term that I like to use. Bona vacantia, meaning vacant goods, and is a name given to ownerless property, which by law passes to the crown. I'm gonna say that bit again. By law, passes to the crown. You're gonna see why I'm gonna do this in a minute. The treasure solicitor asks for the crown to administer
The estates.
The estates of people who die. Remember, says the KV.
Mm-hmm.
People who die in interstate without a will and without non-kin entitled blood relatives, and collect the assets, dissolved companies, and other ownerless goods in England and Wales. But let me get to it. It's not done yet. So that's how it is over here. Now let's look at Bonaventure. Keep in mind with what you've already been taught with the War of 1812.
Mm-hmm.
So Bonaventure was inherited from the English common law.
From the what? From the who?
I'm going to say it again. The English common law, and constituted in the form of lost, misled, and abandoned property. Applied only to personal property that has left the owner's possession, or as opposed to an estate left in intestacy after death. Intangible personal assets such as checks, account balances, and securities are under unclaimed property law, varying by state. The states do not take permanent possession, but act as custodian of the property in perpetuity on behalf of the rightful owner. Now let me get into the next bit, because this gets better. Sister, I'm going to bring the fire this time. I'm going to bring the fire.
Ooh, child, right on time. We appreciate you.
Before you do that, so can we drop some flames to represent the fire that this man's about to drop? Can we drop some flames?
Yeah, get some flames up in the chat. Yeah, Brother Ricardo, see, they ain't out slicking me, baby, with no common law, diamond law, mom-in-law, law and order, none of that.
Bang that like button while you none of that as well.
Drop some flames for Brother Odel, because he always come with them receipts. All right, we ready, Brother Odel.
Okay, I'm going to email you this in real time as well once I've done it. So this is the War on Land Convention. So keep in mind, in the United States, you had the war in 1783 to find the so-called independence, when you independ on somebody. Then you had the war of 1812, which has been covering. We know about 1861 and the Free Band Bureau and 40 acres and a mule. Like you're talking about 1865 and then 1871. I'm going to quote it. Synodia. The government abandoned Synodia. You've been told about it. Okay, so 1871, we know what happened. Okay, so now you get back to Woodrow Wilson in 1913 of Jekyll Island. Then we get back into a Vatican Treaty of Lateran Treaty of 1929. Like getting on that, we haven't touched it yet. And then obviously the sister mentioned Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the bank holiday. Right. It's always been transferred over to here because everything has been the war on land. So let's read the War on Land Convention now. So a territory is considered occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of an absolute hostile army. I'm going to say that again. The territory is considered occupied when it is actually placed under authority of a hostile army. The occupation extends only to the territory where such authority has been established and can be exercised. Let's keep going. Article 43. The authority is of legitimate power, having in fact possessed into the hands of the occupant. The latter shall take all the measures in his power to restore and ensure as far as possible public order and safety while respecting, unless absolutely prevented, the laws in force in the country. So I'm just reading from the War on Land Convention here, because you're going to get into what the War of 1812 was, because we all know it's on. So let me get to my favorite parts of this.
And so he's reading the Hague Convention, y'all.
Yeah, you're going to send this to your sister. So a belligerent is forbidden to force the inhabitants of an occupied territory occupied by it to furnish information about the army of the belligerent or about its means of defense. Let's keep going. It is forbidden to compel the inhabitants of occupied territory to swear an allegiance to a hostile power. Family honor and rights and levies a person and private property as well as religious convicts and practice must be respected. Woo. Pillage is formally forbidden, but this is where it gets better. My favorite bit. If the territory occupied, the occupant collects the taxes, dues, and tolls imposed on for the benefit of the state benefit. So that means it's a trust. He shall do so as far as possible in accordance with the rules and assessment and incidents in force, and shall consequence be bound to defray the expenses of administration. Joe Biden, administration, administration of the occupied territory to the same extent as the legitimate government was so bound. Here we go with 49. If in addition to taxes mentioned in the above article, the occupant levies over money contributions in the occupied territory, this shall only be the needs of the army of the administration of the territory in question. So that shows you what Joe Biden is doing right now. That's exactly what he's doing. Now, let me get to my favorite part, because I'm going to move to that. So that's just relevant, because I want to move to art. This
and just while you get into your favorite part, so this is once again proving that they have a military force in place. What is that military force in place? It ain't for the people. No. It's for the purpose of running the Pope and them and these kings and them and queens and them their ends, to make sure that commerce continues.
Yes.
Uninterfered with. Okay.
I mean, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, commander-in-chief.
They're administrators.
They're administrators. No contributions shall be collected except under written order, executive orders, and on the responsibility of the commander-in-chief. Remember what they keep calling themselves, so there we go, all right? The collection is said to contribute shall only be effected as far as possible in accordance with the rules and assessment of the indices of the taxes in force for every contribution. Listen, this is key here. For every contribution, a reset shall be given to the contributors. What happens when you go into shops over in the United States?
You get a receipt when you purchase something.
Wow. Anybody gonna argue with me? Go outside right now. I could charge anybody right now in that chat who's arguing right now. Take your ass to a shop and tell me when you buy something, you don't get no bomber clap receipt. Done. I ain't finished yet.
Right, squad.
It gets better. It just gets even better. I'm gonna read my favorite bit now. This is one of my favorite parts now. So, yeah, I know you want to stop me because I'm having fun. Get out the way.
Stop looking. Keep focused.
An army occupation can only take possession of cash, funds, and resizable securities. Remember, I talked about the depository trust company. Sister, I'm going to send you this anyway. Which are strictly and properly of the state or estate. Deposits and arms mean transport and ports, because it comes under maritime commercial Piscean construct. Stores, supplies, and generally all movable property belonging to the state or estate, which may be used for military operations. Wink, 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 wink. Okay. All the appliances, whether on land, at sea, or in the air. You see, back is covering this comes under unum sanctum. Adapted for the transmission of news, north, east, west, south news, because it's all on the chariot or the circle, the wheel. North, east, east, south, that's what the news stands for. Or for the transport of persons, birth certificates, or things, birth certificates. Exclusive cases governed by naval law, deposits and arms, and generally all kinds of munitions of war may be seized, even if they belong to private individuals, but must be restored and compensation fixed when peace is made. All right, now let me get to my favorite bit. This is my favorite bit. I'm going to go to 55 now. The occupying state shall be regarded only as administrator.
Wait a minute, where this talk on
Joe Biden, drop the bomb.
Damn it, where my explosion? It ain't working, y'all. Come on, explosion. It ain't working. It don't want to work for me. Wait a minute, I'll manually do it. Wait a minute, cause So just say that for the slow ones in the back again.
For the slower ones in the back, no excuses made. The occupying state shall be regarded only as administrators.
For whom? Right? Exactly.
Wait a second, I'll read the next bit, but not yet. I want the sister to drop the bomb just on that bit alone.
I got you. I'm talking ahead of you. I apologize. This reminds me of when the Pan-Africans are writing back to England and they're having their meetings within their lodges. Like, yeah, of course, you have to tell the head of what's going on. You're the administrator of the state.
But that means all the way up to the president, though. Remember, the president is, I'm talking in the U.S. now. The president is just a CEO of a corporation, but hence just really of an administrator of a what? An estate or trust.
In this case, it says to KB.
Exactly.
So am I all right to continue, sister?
Yes, absolutely. Whenever you're ready, brother.
Right. So the occupying state shall be regarded as administrator. Listen, and this is another key one. And usufructuary of public buildings, real estate, forests, and agricultural estates belonging to the hostile state. I'm going to read that again.
Oh, my God.
On the slow ones,
in the back.
In the back. The occupying state shall be regarded only as administrator and usufructuary of public buildings,
real estate,
forests, and agricultural estates belonging to the hostile state. You can drop the bomb on that if you feel like.
Yeah, hopefully it's. Ain't that a B?
Woo! Last bit. Right. And situated in the occupied country, it must safeguard the capital of these properties and administer them in accordance with usufruct. Federal Reserve, wink, wink. Drop the bomb, sister.
Let me see. Hopefully it'll. It messes up. I gotta check my phone. But wait a minute.
Boom.
My days. I want no excuses after this.
All right, so people still gonna be trying to argue, but continue.
Oh, sister, I'm gonna let you want to read that last one there, the 56, because I think I just got a bit overexcited.
Yeah, I'll read it. The property of municipalities, that of institutions. Child, you better stop playing with me. The property of municipalities, that of institutions dedicated to religion, charity and education, the arts and sciences, even when state property, shall be treated as private property. All seizure of, destruction, or willful damage done to institutions of this character, historic monuments, works of arts and science is forbidden and should be made the subject of legal proceedings.
Ooh, sister.
Oh, God.
Right. So I'll just stop there for that brief second. I'm going to email you right now in real time. I'm sending this to you and let you make comment from there. Woo! I don't think there's any excuses.
So
it gets
again,
better.
This is the Hague Convention, right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to email it to you right now.
I'm going to ask the slow question. Can we? What is the Hague Convention and what does it really represent?
Thank you, nephew, because if you don't mind, Brother Odel, because people may not know.
Woo! It's the War on Land Convention that they set up to take over. Just it's no form of unsanctioned. It's the War on Land Convention. It's how they occupy or take over basically anybody who's basically indigenous to the planet's land. So it's how they commercially corporatize everything. So it's the last aspect of commercial corporatization where they commercialize the air, the land, and the sea, and anything else in between that. and that's and it's how they occupy
the land, the sea, and the air.
Yes, that's right. It's how the Vatican do it, basically. So that's on a base level. And I'm just gonna be quiet for a quick minute because I want to email in real time jurisdiction. But
okay,
go ahead,
so just to be clear, just to add on what Brother Odel is saying. So as he's reading through that, you all should understand that they're admitting that there is a military in place. The military is in place for what? I didn't see nowhere in that convention did it say the military is going to be protecting no people. It specifically said the assets that it was protecting in the estate. It also made clear that the commander-in-chief is an administrator of said estate. So we keep showing you all this stuff over and over and over and over and over again, telling you how it's been set up. And it's not just here in the U.S. or in the Americas. This is around the world. So when these wars were fought and they started bringing their people over here, that's what they're using to hold everything in place.
They gotta give it back.
If they was gonna give it back, they would have gave it back. So how's the only way you gonna get it back? Because there's only two ways you gonna get it back. That's gonna be a Jeopardy question. Let me sip this water and I'm gonna sing this Jeopardy music. How you gonna get it back? Doo-doo. There's only two answers.
Get off this land.
What?
We're gonna get off this land, off this planet, or whatever they gotta go.
How much money you putting on that?
Changing the frequency a lot.
Okay, so that's your final answer? Yeah. Okay, anybody got the other answer?
Finding the necessary fiat to buy the land from them.
How much you putting on that?
$1.
Huh?
I got $1 for that.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Only way you're gonna get it back, Sandra put infinity on her answer, and she is right. It will have to be the planet is going to take care of it, saying you don't get a right to say who owns what.
Right.
You out of here. So
Yeah.
major planetary changes. And if that means I have to shake every being, every insect off of me to do it, that's what I'm going to do. So she's right. Nephew, you done lost your little $1. You knew to put that $1 on there because they're not interested in your money.
The money's not real. I know that.
Exactly. So I know that's why you only put the little $1 on there. The only other answer would be, how did they take it?
By force.
So that's how you would have to get it back. Because if you think you finna sit up here and depend on them to give it back, you finna be waiting.
Yeah, it's like reparations, not that.
Yeah, same concept with reparations.
That's a carrot on the stick, guys. Carrot on the stick.
Fuck around with that reparations if you want to. Y'all better be going to talk to them Native Americans on that reservation. See how it worked out for them.
Auntie, I got a question. How come our so-called community haven't gone to the so-called natives and had a conversation and say, what up?
I think some conversations have been had, but very, very few. Because again, they have gatekeepers.
Yeah, because I'm saying if they're holding our estate in their name and we know they don't have rights to it, why aren't we not poking them? Like, go to them first. And just
they're not even holding our estate in their name. Remember, they were put in projects
Releasing.
But, yeah, correct. But it said they have sovereignty, but it's controlled by the government.
Right. But they don't even want to recognize that. So how could you have a conversation with someone that don't even want to recognize that they're not really a free nation? And not only that, they say that they are the original people and their people have been on the land for thousands of years, but yet you don't look like what the record said those original people looked like. How could you have a conversation with someone like that?
That's why I think they took those sovereignty away from them totally and took it back into the federal hands. So
they never had it.
I know that, but I'm saying they did the act. What the government did, the act to taking it back from them, but they never had it. But now, when the government is occupying these lands, then the Native American, if they stay behind, they can't do nothing about it. That's what I'm saying. I just kind of saw it, that they were preparing themselves for leaving this planet. That's what I saw.
Oh, I see what you said. And all I'm saying is, what the hell is taking so long?
I don't know. Whatever
I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying that to them. What the hell is taking y'all so long? I done told y'all to tell your people, Inky, Pinky, Linky, them, and that's including melanated people too. Tell your folks to come get you. Shit.
Right. And the queen knows it's coming because she said it.
Shit. But no, they're trying to cut another deal, getting the populace consent to just redo the fuckery.
Metaverse and crypto.
And like I done said, I'm not consenting with the fuckery. And you're already in violation of universal law.
Right.
Because me as just a divine sovereignty soul, your demonic system has set it up where you're pretty much telling people this is the way it needs to be.
Yeah, mandate.
So you're going against universal law.
You have to force people to do it.
And you already know that you have associated karma coming into play. Just the fact that you have stamped folks and you're monetizing souls.
Mm-hmm.
You already know that you're breaking universal law.
We said the fur trade was breaking universal law. What is human trade then?
Mm.
Breaking of universal law is breaking of universal law. And karma will get paid. Just like the, Native Americans cutting them deals, stepping on them reservations, look at the associated karma that they're getting. Just like the indigenous people of the land with the going into commerce, and I'm not saying not all indigenous people of the land was for that foolishness, because they weren't. But the fact that it happened and there was division amongst the indigenous people, we've suffered greatly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So they're no different. We don't consent. That's the bottom line. And karma is coming, and it's coming swiftly.
And we've been talking about this, Rhonda, heavily. This is what we're all seeing. We've been speaking about it. It's coming their way. They know their time is up. That
Absolutely.
wheel is up. That wheel they know is up. And even the wheel that they're using, because they remember, as we've already explained here, and I think the next when I get on next Thursday, we're going to talk about this wheel within a wheel, these last parts of this concept of the fact that they're using a different wheel, even though we exposed that to what even they're giving us.
Wheel.
And that's the last thing. We'll do that next week, I promise. It's not just it's ready. You just need to do that next week.
Absolutely.
But I agree with you, because they're using a different clock, and the clock that they're using is obviously one that they're benefiting from and giving us this false one. And that whole thing's been taken out anyway due to what's happening on a much higher cosmological level anyway, knocking out all this nonsense that's going on anyway. You can see their times up. They're just clutching at. They're like the dead man that's already drowned and don't realize it. They're just clutching at straws right now. You get me?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why you have to be firm in your consciousness, what you consent to and what you don't. Because if you say you don't consent and someone comes down with force on you, that's breaking universal law.
They're going to be fixing to get out of here soon. Sister, by the way, I've dropped the bomb in real time, so you've got it, because I had to send you that. But yeah, that was ridiculous. I've dropped some links in the chat as well for those in the chat if you want to go and
now
look at some
post
stuff.
those links out, fam. So I mean, there you have it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Odel.
Yeah, I've put them in the chat as well, so the chat can have them in real time.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, put them in the chat for you, because you've made me a mod now, so I can do it. I'll let you finish up, sister, but there was something I was going to read, and it talks about the Queen, a certain British ruler back over here. She mentioned
bring that up, and then we're gonna...
But I'll let you finish first, and I'll just...
No, I was done. You go ahead on. You share the screen, and we could read that.
Brother
Odel.
Then
we're gonna wind down because you need to get your rest. So we'll let that be the last one and we'll wind down.
Brother Odel.
Yes. Sometimes it just go on.
Is it true that the Queen's is it true that the castle is no longer being guarded by the Queen's guards?
Raggedy Buckingham.
Buckingham, the red jacket, tall.
Oh right, I'm not. I'll have to have a look. When I last went down there, there was the Queen wasn't in residence, but she's the Dame Hospitaller for the Knights of Malta. And I'm gonna get into the secret societies at some point because I'll kill that construct. When I last went down there, they were there, but I'm not sure now because there's been a lot of changes been going on. So
yeah, because the rumor is that there's no longer the Queen's guards at the palace no more. There's just whatever you call those guys, Geicos or whatever they are. But yeah,
okay.
So I was just curious to know as you're talking about the Queen. No worries.
Yeah. I'll do some due diligence on it because she does certain things that she's not supposed to be doing, as you know. But go ahead.
And another question too. Maybe I have this wrong because on the Canadian dollar bill we have a Queen Elizabeth on the $20 bill. I don't know if this is the same one that's alive now, but what I'm getting at is I thought they only put dead people on the bill. So is that the old Queen Elizabeth?
Why you starting some mess? How long have I been on there?
Well, this one. Okay, so let me come back next week and let me verify which queen this actually is.
Okay, because you don't want to lie upon the lady.
Right. But the process is the Queen Elizabeth is on the dollar bill, and I thought only dead people are on the dollar bill.
On the Commonwealth, remember the Commonwealth. Yes, Canada. This is why I keep saying United States is not sovereign, because I remember last time when I took the James Trafficant thing and we explained why the United States, and I made it very clear how the United States wasn't sovereign, and I killed how it wasn't sovereign. Even Sharon was only in stitches, right? But not only that, right? Because the colonies were and that's why I posted with the links with the Britannica.com. The colonies were British overseas territories, and this is why and that's why I just read from the Bona Vacantia and the Crown, because all ownerless property, because your birth certificate you don't under to still passes to the Crown because it's still administering your estate. So the Crown, the British Crown, is still administering United States as Canada, because Canada is still part of the Commonwealth. You're a British subject. Right. So that image on the Queen's on the front of the front of your money is the Queen Elizabeth, the Queen over here. That's correct.
But then I thought on money though, it's that you only put dead people on money.
No, but on your bill it's the Queen over this Queen now. That's right.
But just the concept of money though. So this is why I'm asking. Again, do you put living people on dollar bills? I wasn't aware of that.
No. In most cases. In the US, in most cases, it's mainly dead people. Yeah. But because the Queen in the position that she has, because she's the head of the Commonwealth, no, she's a living monarch.
Yeah, I just thought that was
classic. So she does have it is her face on it. But that's because she's currently occupying the Commonwealth head of it's rich because she worked for the Vatican, so she's head of the Commonwealth.
I was gonna say because she's up in the higher echelons than those dead presidents. I'm using
That's correct.
U.S. money, for example.
That's correct.
Yeah, because she's like the Vatican and them's right hand person.
Yes, that's why I mentioned the damn hospitality for the Knights of Malta, and in fact, go on, go ahead. But that's her position because she's part of one of the highest orders, which is the Knights of Malta. I'll kill that. I've got information on that. We can kill that on when we do some secret order stuff. You get me? But that's right. Yeah.
But I guess where people trying to get at is that they heard that she had transitioned a long time ago, which that possibly could be the case, but he's just technically telling you that the reason why she is being reported officially as alive and on that money.
Right. No, I understand that part. That's what.
But now, far as whether or not, because didn't the lady just have a birthday? Ain't it today or yesterday or something?
No, it was yesterday. It was recently.
Okay, shit.
Oh, well, I think for you it's still there because remember I'm over here, so I'm like 7 hours ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the day
I'm on the 22nd. Yeah.
Because if she wasn't all that important, why every time they fart, they got to report some shit over on the news? I woke up this morning getting ready. Oh, and the Queen's, what is it, her 96th birthday or something? I'm like, I know y'all got to bow down to y'all boss who report to the Pope.
Yeah. She's the Pope CEO. That's what she is. She's the
great Pope person.
Yeah, she's the Pope CEO over multiple corporations.
Correct. That's why I was talking about her being the damn hospitaller for the Knights of Malta. I'm using that term specifically. So I keep saying because the people should go and look it up if they and do their own due diligence if they want. If not, we can always cover it because I've got information on it. But but like I said, it is what it is. But I'll share the screen brief, sister, and then I'll let you
whenever you're ready, brother. So Queen Elizabeth is like one of the heads of the 5 families, if you want to look at it mafioso style. All right, so let me get ready to show this, and then it's gonna be the last thing, so you can get some rest. Let me do this.
The New Yorker Festival.
All right, let me see if it's give it a second. Let me see when it gets on YouTube. Yeah, imposter. It's interesting, sis Shirley, that I was blown away, baby, when I found out that Windsor name had to be approved as a house of names. So we know through that Windsor name is when the Caucasian lineage started. I was blown away by that. I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
Sorry, Auntie, I didn't mean to interrupt. But did they ever say who approved that name? Like, you just said that.
It was George. Yeah, it was George. King George.
Yeah, George the Third. Yeah, the third.
Melanated King George. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Queen Charlotte, because they were melanated back then, Queen Charlotte as well.
Right, Queen Charlotte was melanated. So now this is just my theory. To me, it appears that the Caucasians started being the face of power when that Windsor name was approved.
I agree with that. That's probably why.
But that castle was made
It was Saxon, Carburg, and Gorfa before that, as you know. And
exactly. That Saxon, absolutely. That Saxon, I never pronounced it.
Saxon and Coburg and Gorfa.
Yeah, Coburg.
Saxon, Coburg and Gorfa.
Yeah, that was the melanated. That was the last melanated lineage.
Yeah, because
that gets back to the Hanovers and the original melanated, the black nobility, they call the black nobility over here, and that's right, the Hanovers and stuff like that. I've got information on that as well.
Yeah,
so you've been doing joints on that as well.
Because that links up with them wars, and I'm taking out the last little melanated kingdoms, and also the German area where all the black
Hanover,
Germans,
the Bavaria, Hanover, Bavaria. That's
Right,
right.
Hanover. But they purposely seated the Caucasian people on them thrones.
Yeah.
Because remember, George, he approved the Windsor name. Because to be honest, I was blown away. It really started to hit home to me when I read how they approved those different houses or the different family names, and how some of those family names were tied to them through marriage, and how they said that it would be occasions where those particular family names or houses, because they call them houses,
that's correct.
They got to appoint those houses for political reasons. So meaning they were not going to be direct descendant bloodlines. So that's why, in my opinion, it's just my humble opinion, when George approved that Windsor name, he knew that around the world, and I'm assuming that the Vatican gave the orders to switch out the melanated power, switch out the melanated face of power to Caucasian. Because remember, all of those houses are just heads of families. I'm trying to put this into mafia context for you all. So they're just heads of families, but they report to the Godfather, baby. The Godfather is the Pope. It's the Vatican.
Yep. You have the three pops. You got black, FPLC in the grey, and black and white pops. You got three pops. The guy came out about Atlantis. And the power bloodline families, the Aldobrandines, yes. I mean, I've got the Bargers. I mean, I can, again, we can do something on this stuff because I've got the stuff. We just need to find the time to do something on that. Yeah, eventually, yeah. Because I've got the information.
Excellent question. Excellent information, yeah. Okay, we're ready whenever you're ready, Brother Odel.
Actually, sister, do you want to put some feminine energy on it? Because I've got a feeling my voice is
sure. I'll just tell you when to scroll. All right, so this is from the New Yorker, and this is: the Queen urged Americans to write in her name on Election Day, after which the transition to British rule could begin with a minimum of bother. Elizabeth acknowledged that in the wake of Brexit, Americans might justifiably be alarmed about being governed by the British parliamentary system, but she reassured them Parliament would play no role in this deal. This would be an old school monarchy. And they said this was a joke, but I'm like, y'all lying, because this how it is anyway. But anyway, just me, and then assuming you rather not have Charles, dang, we could go straight to William and those children of his who have mesmerized you so. Child.
Is this current?
Now, I remember, this is a couple of years ago. I remember this.
2016.
Yeah, because everybody was like, they were like, oh, it's a joke, it's a joke. I'm like, no, that shit ain't no joke. But anyway, using the closing moments of her speech to tout her credentials, the Queen made it clear that she has never used email and has only had sex with one person. Very occasionally. You know what? They a mess. So I remember when this came out, they were saying, oh no, it's just a joke. He. I'm like, he hell. It ain't no joke.
Because that was when Canada was having their problems too, and she was taking over there as well.
But she, the point we trying to make is, it ain't never changed.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And
Colonists is still on by here. That's the point we're trying to get on.
Yeah, they never changed.
And Canada openly, acknowledged her. So I don't know why they thought that was a joke. I wouldn't have thought it was a joke if I had known about it, because I know how they do.
I remember that, because some people in the U.S., they was like ready, what the F that B said? And I'm talking about Caucasian people. Caucasian people in the South, They be ready with their guns shined up. What the hell did she say? They more country than me, baby. They be ready to set it off. Oh no, it was a joke. I said, hell. That's exactly what it is. Why do you think they did this whole psyops with William marrying Merkel
Melanated.
and a melanated woman? I'm like, y'all ain't fooling me.
And then the queen had beef with her. Remember that too.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't care what y'all say, and I don't give a damn how melanated women are all like, oh, you know, it's love.
No, and it's a contract.
It wasn't about them being in love. You not finna get me to consent to the merging of a goddamn thing. No. I already knew what psyops they were trying to pull to get people's consciousness to buy into this. No, that would be a no.
Young black woman.
We're still contract denied. We said no. That's just the bottom line.
Royalty.
But yeah, it never changed. That's the point we're trying to say. The commander-in-chief, they are administrators. They answer to Queen Elizabeth, who answers to the Pope.
Yep, that way around. I'm glad you said it that way around. Still like that to this day, because the colonies, when they corporatized everything under 62 AKV, which is why I still got birth certificates, which is why I just read the Royal Land Convention. That's why I read from it, and it's very clear that they're occupying the original people's land. That's what we've been arguing over. This is why I talk about. That's why I talk about bona vacantia. That's why I talk about a bona vacantia. That's why I was pointing that out with bona vacantia under common law. And there's like, let's get back to common law. Well, I showed you what common law is in the bona vacantia.
And I'm so glad you did that. Thank you so much. And I just use deductive reasoning. Like, I don't give a damn what they say about common law. That's still their shit.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why I was talking about bona vacantia. And I use a proper website. I'm using Crown's official website. All the land's going to pass back to the Crown, because the Crown is what? It's set under the 62 AKV, which comes under unum sanctum, attorney regents and convocation, which we've been explaining multiple times while we've been on this platform. That papal tiara trust, that the Pope has the fish hat, the Pisces construct, the commerce, and that's why Louisiana, that guy was on about Louisiana, and I'm like, fam.
And he never did. You know, he never did come back with that proof, right?
No.
Because I've been side-eyed. I got this other computer over there. I can see the chat, and my eyeball be put to the side. He never did come back with that proof, because we knew you can't prove it.
And so everything's under zip codes as all land under the Land and Warren Convention, which I've read for you tonight. Sister, I remember, sister, I've emailed you that in real time. So if anybody wants it, sister's got it. I've emailed it in real time. You know what I'm like, sister. I don't play.
Yeah.
I've just emailed you I've emailed you the PDF.
And people playing with this foolishness, and you're bringing receipts. It ain't like that we get on this platform and just talk shit. We literally provide receipts.
Yeah, I always give the evidence, and I don't get why people don't get it. And everybody's
because
wondering
they don't
what's
want
wrong
to
with
get
the world.
it. They want what they want, and it's not about being. Folks want to run around here and talk about sovereignty. It's not really about them, Brother Odel, being sovereign. If we really want to be honest with it, they want the benefits from the corporation. Yeah. And all I keep telling them, if you get the benefits from the corporation, you gonna get what they give you.
Who's the sovereignty?
Exactly. In exchange for your sovereignty.
Deal with what they take.
Just
because they ain't giving you shit without the caveat of them taking much more than what they get offering.
And folks not even at the point where they say, people, it's just the same old reparation conversation. Yeah. I'm like, go ahead on and do you.
Take that.
But don't come pissing and moaning when 2 generations in, your people are on a reservation / in the projects. I don't want to hear it.
Paying taxes under the Royal Land Convention, your land's occupied, You pay taxes to the
Yeah.
government, and the government govern your mental, and you're still enslaved, and you're still running a 62 AKB
Exactly.
trust estates. So you're still in no different position, and apparently you got a contract to be in a better position, but you're still in the same problem. Really? You've made progress. Really? Our one land convention just destroys the whole notion of what was going on. That you're being occupied by a foreign power, in this case, the British Crown, is occupying you, and that's been since 1873. You've been occupied, and all the revolutionary wars and all these wars have been fought to get rid of the so-called British Crown, or in this case, the Vatican, because all the crowns still roll up to the Vatican anyway. This whole war and land convention is where air, sea, land, and everything in between is still set under unum sanctum, where the Pope, and I've made very clear, declared dominion over the earth. And this is why everything is remanded in their custody, because people don't understand property law and the difference between the 6 laws of property. And again, at some point, sister, and I don't know if we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe next week we'll touch on that. How property works from the custodian to dominion. I think it's magisterium. There's magisterium, dominion, custodian. I can't remember the other two, but I've got them anyway. I'll pull them aside and we'll go through them next week and explain the difference between them, because people have to get the concepts correct in terms of how this system is functioning. But there's no excuses after what we've been presenting on multiple occasions.
Agree. I totally agree. And just one last question, and then we're going to do last words. CC Mantis says, is it the 13 families? So I guess...
13 palpable nobility bloodline families. Yes, that's correct. And if you can't find them, I'll go over them at some point and explain them in depth. But we'll do something on that, because I've got a lot of information on that. But yes, the 13 palpable nobility bloodline families. That's what they call it. If you just type that in on Google, you'll find some basic stuff. But I did a lot of digging on that, and I've got some really deeper stuff. But go ahead, sister. But yes.
And I was just gonna say, so week before, was it one of the weeks, when Brother Odel went over that astrology wheel and he talked about the 13, did he not talk about there's 13?
Yes.
Astrological signs. So do y'all not understand that? 13 families, 13 astrological signs. Remember we told you that astrology wheel, and let me pull it up. Get that out the way. My third eye lady. This astrology wheel, it should be coming up for y'all pretty soon. It's really 13 of these astrological signs. And remember, we told y'all that each one of these astrological signs represents an age, which represents a certain frequency.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the reason they have the 13 in place, because they are setting up the power to govern the realm.
Mm-hmm.
And even this still ain't accurate. He gonna get into y'all what he'll get into it next week on what they're really drawing their power from, because it's a separate, it's the same energy force, but I'll just wait till next week. So he's going to expand on this, because if only way for me to explain it is to get into it a little deeper, and I don't want to do that. I want to wait until he gets into it next week. So exactly, yes, sis, with the 13 families.
Yeah, we'll get in on the that's it. I mean, we've touched a lot of it on the concept of the black sun and the realm. I think that's the most important thing that we've done, because everything that operates, even this wheel operates from that black sun. That's in the realm, and we've killed that. So there's no excuses for anybody. We just need to deal with the last parts of the different concepts of time, which is in that presentation. I showed briefly, and we'll try. I don't know if we'll get through it all next week, system. We might do, we might not.
Yeah,
but we'll
that's
definitely
fine.
make sure we get it finished.
That's fine, because I also our guy Vibes Cosmo also dropped a couple of more videos. I'll bring that into next play next week before you get started, to go into his expansion on the black sun and the realm and all that. I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
No, I'm good. Sorry, that's just me.
Okay.
And apologize.
All right. So with that said, we're gonna wind down. Brother Odel, you have any last words for the family?
Everybody just stay strong. They've not got long left. This thing's gonna run its course, and when it does run its course, it's gonna become so obvious that there'll be nowhere anybody's gonna be able to hide. It's gonna become so obvious that they I mean, if it's not obvious already, but it's become so obvious that you know, you'll know what to do at the time. And that time, or now should I say, is here. So yeah, I don't need to say too much. I'm just looking forward to being with you on Sunday for Autonomous Party, and yeah, we'll just have fun as we do, Rhonda, and just keep it moving.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Brother Odel. So again, family, Brother Odel and I will be on the Autonomous Party. Check out their YouTube channel. Please subscribe to them as well. We're going to be on their show this Sunday. I want to say it's 9 p.m. Eastern time. So check us out. And Lee Cummings also is going to be on the panel. I'm like, oh, wow. I'm like, do Brother Lee know what we going to get into? Do he know how we going to roll? They're like,
Auntie,
oh, no, it's
Brother
fine,
Lee, if he's been following your channel.
Huh?
Sorry, you should ask Brother Lee Cummings if he's been following your channels, seeing that you've been using his material.
I don't know, but I purposely asked the brothers over there. I'm like, do he know what we gonna be discussing? Because I don't want him to get on there and be like, oh my God. They like, oh no, he know. I'm like, okay then, because I don't want to be, catch nobody off guard. So yeah, definitely come and check us out. So those of you over here, you should know who Lee Cummings is. We use this work extensively. The Negro question, part 4, and the Negro question, part 6. I always keep them here because y'all always have to reference that. And I'll put up 6. Oh, actually, I told y'all I keep them right here. So this is 6. You can get those on Amazon. So that's part 6. And this is part 4. So that brother is going to be on the panel with us. And so all of those that be windmilling in my comments, asking me to produce sources, which I ain't never known myself not to produce sources, but yet y'all don't produce no sources. Yeah, he's one of my sources. And I looked at his sources that he cited in his work, and they check out. Because I've literally, not only did I check out some of his sources, but during my own research, I ran across his same sources in my research. So I guess I'm lying, he lying, first account hand lying, they lying, people in the 1800s lying, people in the 1700s lying, people in all of them other hundreds lying, people in the 1900s lying, but your sources are telling the truth. Oh, okay then.
Can we see them? No.
No, I never get that. All I'm told is, will you go? No. That's not how sources work. It don't work that you tell me to go look it up. No, you drop that information. That's how sources. So don't come with me with the foolery.
Drop the link.
Because literally in every podcast, I literally drop my sources. That's doing more than most do. So people in their foolery, they want to believe what they want to believe, and that's okay. I'm cool with that. But your beliefs do not equate the truth.
Yeah.
They're two different things.
Exactly.
So yeah, check us out Sunday, y'all. Shout out to the Autonomous Party. It's 9:00 Eastern time this Sunday, and I will drop the official information on the YouTube community wall. So thank you so much, Brother Odell. We so appreciate you and love you.
Listen, I just appreciate being here with all of you. It's just fascinating being around people who actually really get what's going on. And there weren't many of us, but those that really did know actually really did know. And I think that's what scares these critters, these roaches at the top. It really scares them because it shows that the consciousness is here. It's here in real-time jurisdiction, and they can't stop it. And then they've tried to crush this, like you showed in the Matrix. They've tried all kind of nonsense, and they just keep failing and failing and failing and failing. You get me? So I'm with you on this one, sister. And definitely, I won't make too much comment, but earlier when you were talking about Scotty and them not got heated about the transgender thing. Fam, listen, I've got some work on that stuff, but I'm gonna have to leave that for now. We'll have to get on that when you do that one another time. But that transgender thing, yeah, this all this. If you're gonna be honest with people, it is a free will universe if you honor the principle correctly. So my thing is, it's not my thing because I love women and I like natural procreation and you know that's where my mind is at because I come from a womb to get here. You get me? So my thing is all about procreation and being with women. But it's a free will universe. So the principle is you let people have their choice. What they want to do, that's their business. But I know that. But me being honest, I know that I like women and that I'm into women, and that's just me because I just know about the principle of the mixing the masculine and feminine to get back to the whole again. And if you do it, you balance yourself out properly, you get back to the whole. So you can do that with relating to women. So I know for a fact that in terms of how things work naturally, in terms of this particular part of the cosmos, you've got to link back with the women. So as far as I'm concerned, that principle has to be honored. So if somebody wants to be with a man and wants to be with a woman, that's their business. But that's their choice. But it's not what I'm doing.
Absolutely. And I think that's what we came to in consensus. And, son Scotty totally gets that. And that's why we wanted to make it clear over here. It's not in my place to tell somebody who to love and who to be with. And why would I? Number one, I don't have the energy or the strength. Yeah, I know I said squint purposely. I just don't. And it's not right. And for me, it's not about that. I could care less. So go on and be you and do you.
Love you.
Exactly. Make it all about you.
Agreed.
All right, Brother Odell. So thank you so much. We love you. Go on and get some sleep.
I know. I couldn't keep myself off tonight. I was just sitting. I like listening, even though I'm 5-6 hours ahead of you. It's just like sometimes I just can't help myself. I'll up for work in 2 hours anyway, doing what I'm doing. But yeah. I had to come on and contribute. It was worth it anyway.
Yeah, you brought that fire as usual, and nephew talked you up. He was like, yeah, like Brother Odell would say, blah, blah, blah. And I was looking in the chat because I was looking for you to pop up. And then when I saw you pop, I'm like, there goes Brother Odell.
SKVQ trust.
Yeah, I was rolling as soon as we got into that. So thank you, brother. Love you much.
No problem.
Nisi Pooh, you got any last words for the family?
I just want to say peace and love to everybody. I don't really have anything spectacular to say.
We still got to go over that stuff. We'll get it next week.
Yes, because I was reading through it, and it is some good information. And then I also want to say thank you to Mama Angel. She be in the chat as Angel for her Dreamcatcher purchase. I appreciate you, Mama Angel. Aww. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I enjoyed the build as always. And as far as the go ahead, I never got to put my go ahead with the fuckery. I know y'all done seen Nature Boys in jail. And
oh, please.
I am just, I hope them girls are okay. And there was this lady who was talking earlier about some things she's seen in the spiritual realm concerning him and some babies and some other women. And it's just a hot ass mess.
It is. And I know LTC, shout out to LTC Legendary Top Cats. I saw he went live and I'm like, oh, I got a couple minutes. Let me go check out the fam. And when I saw the topic, I said, I can't do it. I can't do it because my nerve system is bad. I can't stomach stuff like that. And, you know, that's no disrespect to him. He's covering the content as he should. I just can't personally take it because when he was clowning years ago, somebody reached out to me behind the scenes telling me that their family member was involved. And I said, go get your family. And it just broke my heart that they didn't go do that.
Yeah. And I think that because we've been subconsciously programmed to accept the pimp and the whole concept.
And people get upset with me when I be getting up here saying, fuck you, fuck that bullshit. You ain't pimping nothing. You need to build, provide, protect. Oh, you man hate. Well, if that's man hating, check me off.
Exactly. And I ain't find none of that shit funny. Like I'm sitting here listening to people's reactions, and it's like I can't laugh at that. It's really sad.
It's sad. I'm just telling y'all, and I can't go into any details because I don't want to reveal the identity, but I just could not understand why they didn't go get their people. I just didn't understand that.
And that's part of the reason why they was there in the first place, because they coming from, you know, those empty feelings of I'm not wanted, I'm not loved, and this roach ass nigga.
Yeah, girl, roach like a motherfucker. And and that's why I scream like I do on my platform regarding that men and women dynamic, because women have to get their shit together and have to get it together fast. Because this subjugation and the sick culture of the melanated community, the quote community, and it ain't no goddamn community, but whatever the case, the community, I'm sorry, I'm not signing off on, I'm not sanctioning no pimp hoe culture. I'm not signing off on women being beneath men. Women's sole purpose on this planet is to serve men. And I don't give a fuck who don't like it. I'm not signing off on that. And yep, I'm going to stay digging in the roach's ass. Let me tell you something. Bitch, I don't even use Raid. I use boric acid. Go look the shit up. Look the difference up between Raid and boric acid. Because Raid, the motherfucking roaches adapt. I know exactly what I'm doing, why I do it, and how I do it. And I don't give a fuck who don't like it. So you can put me in whatever the fuck category you want to. Check.
You're a roach killer, auntie.
I said what the fuck I said, and I meant what I said. And y'all sitting there talking this motherfucking bullshit. But yet, Polite, Malachi York, what's the motherfucker, the Planet Rock motherfucker, roach ass Nature Boy.
Yeah. Isn't it Africa Bambaataa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I'm missing a lot of other motherfuckers who have preyed on the quote community. And specifically, the most vulnerable group are the women and children.
When they're asking for help, too.
So anybody that don't like it, I don't give a fuck. Because you all want to keep upholding this sick-ass culture.
You're probably talking to a gatekeeper. That's what it is.
Shit. And again, all of you old motherfucking bitches, if you like getting your ass whooped for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, bitch, that's your problem. If you like being treated like shit and giving your youth to a man and being treated like shit in the process, bitch, that's your problem. That's your story. That's your life. But I will never, ever, ever sanction it or give that type of advice to these young women and girls. I fucking dare you. And whore, I'll slit your throat. Let me see you grooming or trying to recruit some of these babies. Let me repeat myself. Whore, I will cut your throat. Whore. So check that off on your list too, bitch. I don't like you either.
Kick that bucket.
We're gonna be doing a pole walk.
I'm sorry, Niecy Pooh. That's why I can't deal with that nature boy shit. It's sick.
It is extremely sick, and for all that to be happening in Atlanta, and you got a heavy conscious community there, and for the people,
but Malachi York came out of it. He didn't come out. He came out of New York. But didn't that shit go down in Atlanta?
It sure did. I wasn't there, but I've heard stories. I've heard plenty of stories. But for stuff to be happening in 2022, and for us to be saying, oh, you know, that whole sovereign concept and governing ourselves and, you know, building a community around certain principles, but then crazy ass, I don't even know what to call this dude. It goes unchecked. It goes laughed at.
That's what I'm saying.
It gets displayed, and then it gets to be laughed at, and then everyone goes on like this is okay when this and this is happening in real time. And it's like, wait a minute.
It's not okay. It's not. I literally had my play sis reached out to me and was like, sis, you know about this? I'm like, you forget who you talking to? She like, oh, I knew you knew. That's why I asked you. And I had to remind her of that story. She said, oh, shit. You told me this years ago. I said, yeah, the fuck I did tell you all years ago. But nobody fucking listens. Until they come and lock the motherfuckers up. That's when the quote, quote, community want to get fucking serious.
No, but they still act like it's like he just made a mistake. Well, it's not that bad. It's just
it's sick. I don't want no fucking parts of it. If that's the community, you motherfuckers can have it.
I know that's who you look up to. Oh fuck, we're done.
But I said what I said. I'm not standing behind this sick patriarchal male bullshit. It's sick. And all of these fucking leaders, all of them roaches are fucking pimps. They're not builders. They don't provide. They don't protect. So get the fuck out of here with that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Niecy Pooh.
No, I'm saying they damn sure don't.
No, sitting there taking people's welfare checks, military checks, want to sit up here and motherfucking talk about polygamy. I wish a motherfucking roach would. And then any whore got a problem with me coming down on roaches? Fuck you, bitch.
And yo.
Because it's not going to change.
And ain't no real woman going to share no man. I'm sorry.
Let me tell you something.
Fuck.
Ain't no dick worth that in the world.
God damn.
Not fucking around with me. So you better hide that shit and hope I don't find out, because when I find out, your ass is gone.
Cut that shit off and fry it in a frying pan.
Shit, I ain't got time to be fucking around with you.
Like, you know, crazy? That's just fucking, no, you don't do that shit.
And he literally sitting up here looking like a whole motherfucking roach with a misshapen head. I'm looking like he ain't even cute. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm saying, like, I just want to tell girls, y'all need self-esteem.
Although cuteness, you cute niggas, you still don't get no pass either. I don't get no fuck about that either.
Women do need self-esteem, but you got to understand that affirmation of self-esteem comes from the father.
I totally
in
agree.
order for her to not be subject to bullshit like that.
Absolutely.
And a lot of women are not growing up with their fathers in their home.
And then whores have a problem with me coming down on men about taking care of your families. I know what the fuck I'm doing up here.
The only man they know, Auntie. It's the only man they know. Sorry.
Shit, I could sit here and talk my shit because ain't no fucking way. My two fathers, ain't no fucking way that's gonna fly on they watch. Me getting my ass whooped. Definitely not me being on no motherfucking compound. Me being treated like shit. Me taking care of a nigga that'll never, ever happen on they fucking watch. But it wouldn't have to happen on their watch. Because they showed me examples of what manhood is. So ain't a bitch can tell me nothing. And even if I didn't, my mom, nicknamed Military Police, she don't fucking play. So don't come to me with that bullshit. This is a cycle. You're leaving these young girls to the wolves, and you're grooming the young girls and the young boys for bullshit.
To be wolves.
You're grooming the boys to be wolves and fucking predators.
Yeah.
And grooming the girls to be victims and mules.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, I'm not sanctioning none of that. Or whoever have a problem with it, fuck you. But now what you can't do is sashay your ass on this platform and tell me you got a problem with it. Or you can hit me up offline.
No, they need to come to the platform. So
No. I give people the honor. I give them the first pass. You can hit me up offline. But I said what the fuck I said, and I mean what I say. I don't bend my principles for no one.
Remember, they're preying on weak women. They don't have the heart to step up to you.
Not in this YouTube space, and bitch, not in real life. I'm not the 1, the 2, or the 3. Y'all can get on y'all platforms playing and bullshitting around. I don't.
Is somebody in the chat, and I'm just not seeing the messages because Auntie snapping hard. Somebody talking shit in the chat. I don't see it.
I think it was from before.
Well, again. You can get back in and re-talk shit. Because I don't give a fuck about none of what you motherfuckers saying.
I think she's reflecting.
Because as long as YouTube the one that could tell me, you know what, lady, I'm tired of you with your MF and your SB and your scarves. This their shit. They have the right to tell me, get the fuck on. I have to respect their rules if I want to be on their shit. You ain't got a motherfucking leg to stand on. Y'all don't run shit over here. So again, anybody got a problem on what the fuck I'm speaking on these men's assists, you can hit me up in the back chat.
No, I'd rather you hit the like button and hit that Cashapp. Do that first.
They ain't even got to hit the motherfucking Cashapp or the motherfucking like button. You
they
can
just
hit
got
me
a
up on
whole
the back.
free count.
You
They
can hit
just
me up
got a
on the
whole
back
free
chat.
counseling session. They should hit the Cashapp. They just got counseled for free.
Oh, child.
And they got all that stimulus money and reparations.
See, that's why I can't do the nature boy shit, because it's been the stuff I've been screaming about for quite some time.
Yeah, now if you put that, you understand why you're screaming. If you put that face
because if you let shit go unchecked, you get women that feel that that's all they're worth. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. This shit is not acceptable. All right, Nisi Poo.
So,
yeah, I didn't see that comment. They were just saying that I was kicking them in the head. That wasn't derogatory. They was accurate on that. All right, Nisa Poo. So yeah, next week we need to finish the other stuff. Child, you done set me off about that motherfucking Nature Boy stuff.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, fucking Roach. But that's why I didn't even cover it. Because that stuff, it hurts my soul.
And it hurts our credibility. Fuck that.
It does. It hurts the credibility of melanated people. But more than that, because to be honest, melanated people as a collective don't give a fuck about their image or they look. Because if they did, it wouldn't be in the condition that it's in. But that shit hurts my soul.
Mm-hmm.
It's not right.
It's not right. And who knows what the hell this dude done put on the public record and say. That's why I tell folks, y'all need to be careful who y'all share paperwork with. Cause y'all put some shit online for everybody to use. Next thing you know, paper boy, Nature Boy probably done found and put that shit on the public record, and then now they looking at your ass being associated with his ass just because y'all filed the same fucking document or the verbiage in the document is the same. So that
I know. Look, you say no more.
I'm telling y'all better be careful with these fucking crazy ass people. Period.
We keep saying it over and over and over and over again. Because ain't no way, like you said, if those young women had strong fathers in their life, ain't no way they would be caught up in some shit like that.
No.
There's just no way.
And I see why the information, I see why the information is given in degrees. I really do. Because you got fucktards like him who can't handle it. Look what he did with it. You know what I'm saying? Like he knows a lot of shit. And he took what he learned and he manipulated people with it.
Like
that's not what this information is supposed to be about. It's supposed to free you so that you don't get manipulated. Not for you to go and manipulate other people. Right. Like, what the fuck?
But they all do that. All of those cult leaders do that. Look at young Pharaoh. He done lost his motherfucking mind.
Yeah, he had. I
so
stopped
the universe
him.
Serving that ass up right now. But the point being, they all do that. It's a pattern. And people want to sit up here and play and pretend in the melanated community like they don't see this shit happening. Mm-hmm. And it happens over and over again, and it keeps happening throughout the different generations. And as soon as a woman stand up and say, y'all know this is some sick ass mental illness for y'all to keep doing this bullshit. Why aren't you making these men get up off their motherfucking ragla ass and do something? And if they can't do something, stop fucking with them. I'm a male hater. How the fuck I'm a male hater, bitch? Ain't that what your mammy taught you? Because that's showing the fuck what my mammy taught me.
No, but if you don't have a proper role model of what a man should be, it's kind of hard for you to aspire to get one.
I 1000% agree.
So they're at a loss because they're choosing.
I 1000% agree. But I'm talking about you old bitches, not the youngins.
You whores. Sorry.
I'm talking about y'all. You mean to tell me, telling men they need to get up off their motherfucking ass and build, provide, and protect is man hating. And if the nigga can't do it, leave him alone. That's man hating. That's what the fuck you want to put on record, and you want to put it out to the universe.
I guess it's better, like, for them, it's better to be with a man than not to be with one. So,
again, you old whores. I just want to be clear. That's what you want to put on the record.
I hope not.
So you can have your crusty ass feet in the bed with your crusty ass, crunchy ass roach of a man.
They sleeping on blow up mattresses. What you talking about?
Oh, we sleep on the floor. On a blow.
Because it's better to have a piece of a man. Bitch, you crazy.
Even on the floor. Hopefully you fit on the mattress.
Because, goddammit, I would rather be manless for the rest of my motherfucking life if I got to hug up with a roach.
You don't have to, though. Why are you settling? That's the thing. You don't have to.
No, that's not acceptable to give that message to young girls. It's not acceptable to give message to young girls that they have to accept a man and a black man. It's not acceptable to tell young girls that it is their responsibility to build him up. Bitch, is you crazy?
That's great. You can't do that. You can support.
Either he a man or he ain't no man. What's fucking hard about this?
Yeah, it's a foundation to it at the end of the day. He has to come with a foundation. She got to come with a foundation. And of course you could build together, but you cannot put duct tape on no fucking cracked ass foundation. Like I said last week. And that's what a lot of these women be trying to do.
Yeah, and then want to come out of a motherfucking bag when I be like, no, girl, what the fuck wrong? You think you too good? Well, bitch, I am. Not think. Let me roll it back. Not think, bitch, I know. See, I grew up with a symbol of a man that actually took care of his family. You think he fucking got up out of his bed every day to take care of his family, which included me? For me to accept less? No, bitch, I wasn't raised like that. That ain't in my DNA. That ain't in my blood. And I'm not sending that message to young girls. It's wrong. And I have watched you whores over these past decades try to groom these young girls to get with a man. Oh, it's gonna get better. Just support them. But yet, she had to have her shit together. Are you fucking crazy? No, I don't sanction none of that. Leave the motherfuckers alone.
Crusty and dusty.
First sob story, deuces. Keep it stepping, young girls. Don't have babies with these motherfuckers.
Belong in the bloodline.
So now if that makes me a man hater, sign me the fuck up and put a star by my motherfucking name, because I stand on what I say.
What type of man hater are you? Like, you see?
I'm a roach ass man hater because, again, men that actually putting in the work, I ain't had not a one yet complain to me. Only folks that want me to negotiate. What about it ain't no what about, nigga. So, all right, Niecy Pooh, that's it. Shit. Okay. All right, so with that said, who next in line? Shit, that Nature Boy shit just... Nephew Nuwa, you have any last words for the family?
Not really on that. To everybody.
He's like, shit, I don't want to say nothing that. Shit.
Right? Keep it sweet and simple. No, but off the dribble though. Thank you for the family for showing up for another night to help us get through one of these sessions. Brother Odel, Scotty, all that. Sis, Auntie Sandra. We miss our uncle tonight, but hopefully we'll catch up next week. But overall, like I said, we have to do the work ourselves, because a lot of the stuff that they're telling us to adopt is not beneficial to us. It's really just another contract that they're going to ask us to re-sign so that we perpetuate their bullshit. If we really tap into nature and we drift away from their quote unquote society, we can make it. We have all the resources we need. We have the intelligence we need. It's the drive of the individuals that are the issue. People don't really want to do better. We have nature boys that people are striving to be at. And it's like, that's nothing to even look at as something valuable in life. So overall, like I said, we have to put the work in. There is a shift happening. Yes, woman, gal, them, please do what you need to do to, how can I say, bring yourself up to frequency. Because as it's been proven, we men, them, we look to you. We only care about you. And if you're not tapped in, what are we tapped into? And that's where our issue is. Yes, we have to take responsibility for not being there to protect and not providing. We all need to step up the ladder to make sure that our generation has what they have to move forward. We have the information. We no longer have to follow their storylines. We no longer have to follow the Bible. We know the truth now. If you want to move forward, you have the opportunity to do so. If you don't want to, well, you snooze, you lose, basically. So give thanks for the ones that are making the changes within their lives to move forward. And for the crusty and dusties, stop having babies, please. Please. Just die off. Please. All right, get to give thanks.
All right, nephew. All right, nephew Nuwa. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family? Uh-oh. You on mute. All right, so he might have got caught up. I didn't want to unmute you in case you into some things. Sis Sandra, you have any? Oh, there he goes. There you go.
Yes. So, everything comes down to consent. And sometimes when it may be a very lonely path when you got to say no to a bunch of shit that seems like it's a good deal. It's a good contract. It's a lot of privileges. Because as we seen from the information tonight, like you ain't really getting the good end of the stick. You signing up for something that's instant gratification. Like they selling you some bullshit. And you can't come around complaining later after you had already consented, signed a deal, said yes. You can't come around later complaining that they done reneged or did some extra shit or did all that. It's like, no, it's too late.
Right.
And then also know that when you do all of this, no consent into this, it may be very much a lonely path. And don't look at it as being lonely. You just alone.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And that's okay, because that'll be a better path for you. You'll see when all the shit starts falling away, when those people that did consent and sign the deals and did whatever they did, look at them now, when they was calling you crazy, and you was just like, well, this seems like I'm free. It seems like I'm free. I don't know what craziness you talking about. So, thank you all for tonight. I just want to say, don't consent to the bullshit, even when that bullshit may seem like it's trying to consent to you.
Indeed.
And that's it.
Indeed. Thank you, son Scotty. And thank you, tonight for educating us as well. So I appreciate you for just keeping it real, keeping it honest, and just educating us. So thank you for that, for just living in your honesty and truth. That means a lot to me, that you trust us enough to be like, well, no, such and such. And so I appreciate that, because you probably don't realize the impact that you're making to others.
Right. You're touching the lives of the individuals that don't have to.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And there's no judgment on this side, Brother Scotty. You already
I
know
mean what the fuck I say. Absolutely.
Represent yourself, yo.
You know,
And we don't bundle you in with that fuckery. And if anybody tries to bundle you in with that fuckery, they gonna get cussed out.
Yeah, they gonna get their throat cut.
And then there's the fuckery. We already discussed that today. There's Scotty, and then there's the fuckery.
Yeah, we know it's not about that, but your presence on this panel, it means something.
To us, same.
And when I talk about protecting the next generation, I know what I'm doing.
Right.
It's not right. None of this suppression is right. And I'm not sanctioning none of that bullshit. So I just want to let you know that you appreciate it, son.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys too, because, you know, even if you're not a part of that community, like I'm a very empathetic person, and like I just like things very much affect me. So no, I'm not a transgender or none of this other stuff, but like I have friends and I know these things and I see what people go through and all this type of stuff. And so like, you know, it's very much especially, you know, being in a Black community, like if you taking up for them people, you must be them. You must be them. And it's like, well, no, but then also I don't want to seem like, well, no, I don't want to be, because I don't see anything wrong with that. But so it's like a very
I know it's a tough place to be in, and especially in the quote conscious community. So, and that's why I respect you, because you didn't have to come up here and share that information with us. I'm glad you did, but that's my point. You can't pick and choose. You're not supposed to be picking and choosing who you choose to show respect, gratitude, and love to.
Right. Lose that stigma, bro.
And I have an issue with the said quote Black community, because you'll shun one group, but yet the pedos, the cult leaders, the woman beaters,
Emily,
the folks that don't take care of their children, they get the passes and excuses. I'm sorry, that's not right. And I don't want nothing to do with it. That's not the energy I'm putting out in the universe. Nope, sorry.
Unconditional love only.
So, thank you, brother Scott, son Scotty, rather. We love you and appreciate you.
Yeah, bro.
Yes, and I love and appreciate y'all too, because that's definitely very much true. I do feel very much safe with y'all, even the people I don't know in the chat and all this type of stuff, because like I never in my real life had this many people that see the world and all this information like I didn't seen before. And it don't matter about your age or what your location is or your gender. Like it's just like, this is the truth and this is the bullshit, and that is what it is.
It is what it is. And if we're supposed to be talking about frequency, isn't that supposed to be what it's about?
Yeah.
You're supposed to be resonating with people on the same frequency, not based on whether or not you got a weave up in your head.
Well, if you're resonating on frequency, none of that would matter. So this is why.
Exactly. That's the point. You're supposed to be living what you're talking about.
Right. If you're so petty to bring physical material stuff into the mix.
Exactly.
You're not grown yet.
People be all the way full of shit. All the way, not halfway, but all the way. All right, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Well, I'd like to say thanks to everybody for showing up and making their comments. I love to read them and to learn from them. You know, one thing I know, if somebody steals your ring and you know it's your ring, and you see them 10 years later with their ring on their finger, is it still your ring?
Yep.
And so karma brings things back to the people who have stolen from our people. And I know that they're going to pay, and they're going to, you got to give back what you took. It's just you can't even steal out the store without getting compensations back in the years. Somebody missed it from you. So, and they stole a lot from us, and I knew the answer to the question you
did. You knew, you got that right off the bat. Yep.
When we get it all back, yeah, we're gonna get it back because their age is up. Their age is up, and so that's gonna.
Oh shoot, sis.
Going to happen for our people that we're going to get it back, but I'm deserving it back. That's the problem. We got to stand up and be counted. I don't know Nature Boy. I saw some young man that was being sentenced or indicted for multiple rapes or something. I don't know who that was.
Child, I don't know.
I don't want to know.
That could be him.
He's a little weaselly.
But if you can stomach it, look it up, sis.
But you know, I'm like, come on. Huh? Look him up.
Yeah, I said if you can stomach it, because I don't want to subject you to anything that you can't stomach. Child, he got videos because, all on YouTube and all of that with that foolery.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Girl, he'd have been in the Caribbeans with this full mess. I don't know how many years, but it's been quite a few years.
You got rid of Venmo and get only kept girls.
I don't. Oh. I don't use Facebook or none of that because I don't go on social media. This is as social as I get.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, check them out if you can stomach it. Like I said,
I have an account on Facebook, but I never use it. Well, I saw a little boy that looked like a roach, and he was smiling about what he did.
It was probably him. But
and I'm like,
did he have a top on? Did he have a shirt off?
But you know, the problem is and the young girls. I'm assuming, I'm drawing this conclusion that the young girls were seduced by the man and working for him as a hustler or as a pimp. And you know, like she's says, Nisipu says that it starts from the father.
Yep, it starts in the home.
It starts in the home. If the fathers do not tell their girls they are beautiful and pretty, somebody else is going to. And that is the problem.
Absolutely.
So we have to dedicate ourselves to family. There's nothing more important on this planet than who you related to. Because when you see them, you see yourself. And that's fact, because you're carrying their blood and they're carrying yours. And we should always take care of our family.
That's right.
I know a lot of them are useless in the family. You may not like them. And you wish they had the big part of your family, but you don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Nobody's selecting your parents for you, and they didn't select you either.
Right.
So I'm sorry to hear that there were so many people. There was a lot of girls that this boy had done something to.
Yeah, that's that roach. We talking about the same one.
I'm like, holy.
Yeah, that's that roach.
They saw something in you.
Like I said, a whole motherfucking roach.
I said, wow. I didn't even read the article because it was just kind of disgusting that
exactly.
He was smiling about it.
It's a lot. It's I know I can't take it in because it be having my motherfucking blood boiling.
How you do that? But then as you guys were talking, I said, that must be the one. So anyway, but if our parents and the future parents of the world will understand when they give birth to a child, that's your soul right there in another body. They are you. And if you don't like yourself, you ain't gonna like that child, and you're not gonna take care of that child. But it starts with self-love before you could take care of somebody else.
Right.
And obviously our culture doesn't love themselves enough to love their own people.
Wait a minute, you got to get an explosion on that, sis. Damn it. Why my little stuff ain't working?
You can't expect somebody to give you your land back and you don't even know how to take care of your own self. Because you can't take care of the land if you don't take care of your people. Because the people are the land. So we got to retrain our minds to get out the gutter. I know that we've been conditioned that we are in poverty, we're captivity, and all. I mean, this is a really cushy captivity in a way because they don't have chains, and you're not doing the what's it, chain gang in Georgia anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But we have so much anger because we bought into the lie that we're slaves, and that slave mentality eats at our young men. It really does.
It does.
They don't mind enslaving somebody else. If you rape somebody, you're enslaving them.
It becomes acceptable.
That's it. So it's because your self-esteem is so low that you can bring somebody else down.
Correct.
So you're gonna have to pay for that. He's gonna pay for that.
Oh yeah, big time.
He's gonna have to pay for that, but it's not gonna just stop on this plane.
You better believe it.
It's gonna be in the universe too. So if he finds justification to stand up there and smile at the cameras, okay. See who's gonna smile last.
Exactly.
You know. So anyway, I enjoyed tonight. This was I'm like, who was this nature boy? I'm like,
child, a whole motherfucking roach, but yeah.
Yeah, but he's a person that's lost his self-esteem. He lost his self-esteem a long time ago.
Yeah, if you were a male prostitute to other men.
Oh, he was. So okay.
I'm telling you, when I tell you it's sick, it's sick.
That really where it comes from?
Yeah.
It's really sick. And I'm not lying on the man. That's something he admitted.
Well, you know what I'm saying? That is some other adults who didn't like himself. And it's like a domino effect. They destroy lives doing that kind of stuff. Because if he was some other pimp's prostitute, then he has low self-esteem, and the person before him, and the person before him, and the person before him. And this is what we have to stop.
Absolutely. Because being a pimp, I don't know how that's something to glorify in the said Black community.
I don't either.
It's like low vibrational group.
You can't get no lower than that. And folks got a problem with me for MF and SB and roaches.
No,
you can keep having a motherfucking problem with me.
They have low self-esteem, and that is permeated since they start telling us that we slaves, and we buy into that because a slave doesn't have the right to live.
And it's 22 according to the Gregorian calendar. Vibration rising, all of that. And folks still on this fuckery. And now I got the balls to be upset and the tits to be upset with folks that's saying I'm not having it.
And you know what? It all starts in the churches too.
Yeah, and fuck them too.
Or the preachers or the leaders, and
they just glorify and romanticize being a slave, being a victim.
Yeah.
So it's okay for people, you know.
And the leaders of the community, if you call them that, they were doing the same thing, but they doing it, freely, not prostituting people out, but they were using them like they're prostitutes.
It's the same concept. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just
it's sick overall.
It is.
And when folks step outside of that and be like, no, that's bullshit, that, you a bad wench, you a man hater, check every motherfucking adjective you want to put on the list. Because that bullshit y'all talking over there, I'm not sanctioning none of it.
What you are is somebody who don't like people to use women.
Exactly. And I'm going to keep standing on that.
And I'm going to tell you one more thing. I don't like nobody to use a man.
I agree with that too.
Jury is the problem.
I totally agree with that also.
Because
I don't like children being mistreated.
Nobody should be mistreated.
Exactly. People full of shit. They just want to run around on the planet and keep misusing people. Well, I'm not for the fuckery.
Well, and if you even look back at their Sky Daddy, started that off because he came down here.
Absolutely. But you know, I'm crazy as fuck for that too.
All that kind of stuff.
Right. I'm crazy for that because I pointed out that's what your Sky Daddy do. Run around taking people's shit and telling women we're beneath men.
Yeah.
And y'all don't see no problem with that.
Degenerate.
Huh?
I said, and being a sexual degenerate.
Yeah, a motherfucking sexual degenerate down to the bone.
Like I said, it starts in the church. It's all our problems. It's, if you could, everything you look at it.
That, Auntie. You're hurting their feelings. The church is the problem in the community, Auntie.
And what be killing me is like, why the fuck you even cross my platform? Y'all know I don't fuck with the Bible. You know how I feel about the church. You know I don't fuck with men is over women. No. So this ain't the platform for you.
No, it isn't. But the trouble is that the ones who started it have an agenda to start it. And they do take their stuff that they have in their heart that's putrid and take it to the community in the disguise of religion. Because there's nothing wrong with religion if it's done right, but it's wrong when it becomes a religion that makes people do wrong. And you know, you can't tell somebody that Jesus paid it all. He didn't pay nothing.
That's the okie doke.
Well, I guess for me, people keep getting hung up because they need religion to tell them what their morality should be.
Yeah, to have a morality. Like
I don't need a book to tell me right from wrong.
No, you don't. You don't. And people use that book as an excuse to be wrong.
Absolutely, they do, for the fuckery. Again, I don't need a book to tell me my morality. I don't need a book to tell me my values and my principles.
It should. You should know your own values and principles and hold them up. You need to vibrate up, just like we've been saying forever in a day. You can't stay in the gutter and expect to get a mansion. You can't, you know, gutter folks don't usually get off the streets and get in the mansion. You know, there's no Cinderella story in it. So anyway, I just like
great drop, sis.
I just like what we did tonight. It was beautiful, and I know we have to pay attention to the source of the propaganda. Where is all this stuff coming? And that is what I was saying. It's coming from a source.
Indeed.
To pollute this people, our people, this people, the whole planet even more, because they're working for their leaders. They're not working for the people, they're working for their leaders. They're the executors of the leaders' estates.
Indeed.
And them leaders are getting out of here. And I can say, yay! I really can, because the age is changing.
Yep.
You know, so yeah, Brother Scotty, the Bible is an excuse to be wrong.
Yep.
But you have to have enough self-worth to understand you have to be better than any Bible and any preacher. You don't need anybody to tell you what's right or wrong. You should be living to see what's right and wrong and emulating those people who give you big, you know, the role modeling. But the problem is there's so few of them.
Right.
That's the problem. But we need to start a new chapter and turn the page.
Indeed.
And I'm glad we came to this program here on this platform so you could know what's really being said to you, and you can make a decision to be a better person yourself. So anyway, I'm gonna shut up.
No, it's good. Thank you, sis. Thank you. You don't be talking much. So when you do, I want you to get it in. So Thank you, sis. So thank you to, my family of co-hosts tonight. Thank you, Brother Odel. Thank you, Nisi Poo. Thanks, sis Sandra. Thanks, nephew Nuwa. Thanks, son Scotty. Really appreciate you all. And thank you to the YouTube chat. You all was getting it in tonight as usual. Thank you to the YouTube listeners. We appreciate you all as well. So Sunday, Brother Odell and I will be at the Atantanist party. Check them out on YouTube. Subscribe to them as well. I'll put the specific information out on the community page. So we will be back next week. Hopefully Brother Odell gets some rest, because we still need to get into the part 2 of this astrological clock. And y'all know how we roll. Ain't no telling what the hell we fencing to get into. So thank you all very much, family. I love you all. So peace and love. We're gonna rock out with
I love that tribal stuff. That's so nice.
Oh, all right. Peace and love, fam. Let me rock out with the closing stuff.